other. Operations abroad are generally outsourced to local partners. Each regional boss runs his own operation. Nobody owns anybody. Then there is the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, the CJNG, which is currently designated by the United States State Department as a foreign terrorist organization and is arguably the most aggressive and dangerous criminal organization operating in North America right now. The CJNG split from the Sinaloa cartel in 2010 and has since expanded its presence to over 40 countries. You see, the CJNG operates differently. Think franchise, think Chick-fil-A. A local criminal organization in a new territory agrees to fly the CJNG flag, pay tribute, and follow CJNG pricing. In return, it gets access to its product, chicken sandwiches, financing, Chick-fil-A money, and enforcement, visits from corporate, when it needs it. The local crew provides the cover and the distribution. The CJNG provides the product and the brand. That model means CJNG doesn't need to import a single Mexican national to run operations in Chicago or Phoenix or Atlanta. They just find whoever already controls the street, makes them an offer, and plugs them into the network. That's how you end up in over 40 countries without ever leaving Jalisco. CJNG also uses violence as an organizational strategy. They conduct public executions and broadcast them on social media. They've used drones to drop explosives on Mexican law enforcement. They shot down a Mexican military helicopter with an RPG. They are very violent and yet very decentralized. The DEA has confirmed that multiple cartels, Sinaloa, CJNG, and others, operate distribution cells throughout the United States, not abroad, here. Confirmed in Arizona, California, Illinois, Texas, New York, and dozens of other states and corridors throughout all of them. These are not foreign operations happening at arm's length. These are cells running networks in American cities right now. And here's the crazy part that kind of ties all of these examples together. The cartel's street-level cell structure mirrors Al-Qaeda's cell network almost exactly. A local distributor knows his supplier and his customers, but he doesn't know where the product comes from before his supplier or where the money goes after. If he's arrested and cooperates fully, he can only give up one layer of the chain. The cell is protected by the fact that it knows almost nothing beyond itself. Now, this is all happening today, but rewind 30, 40 years where this all began. One guy who infiltrated the United States Army and gained operational understanding of how special operations work. Centralized command, decentralized execution. It's crazy. Now let's flip the perspective. If you were a counterterrorism analyst, a DEA investigator, or a foreign intelligence service trying to map out and neutralize a network, what would you look for? And what does that tell you? What will this tell you about your own vulnerabilities? Well, there are four primary methods used to detect and dismantle cell networks. The first is called human intelligence. It means a person inside your network who is reporting to someone outside of it. This is the most effective method and the hardest to defend against. It's how British intelligence eventually penetrated the IRA. It's how numerous Al-Qaeda operations were disrupted. A man who gets turned doesn't need to burn the whole network if the network is properly compartmentalized, but he can burn everything he knows. The counter is exactly what effective cells practice, limiting what any individual member actually knows to only what their role requires. The second is SIGINT, signals intelligence. Phone calls, text, emails, encrypted app communications, financial transactions. The NSA has been collecting communications at mass scale on all Americans since before 9/11, believe it or not, and the capabilities have only expanded since then. And ISIS used 3 layers of physical couriers specifically because they knew their digital communications were being monitored. The counter, operational security measures in communications, face-to-face for anything sensitive, separate devices for separate purposes, and unconventional means of communication. That means like old Modern Warfare 2 lobbies or Raid Shadow Legends local chats. The third is OSINT, or open source intelligence. Everything you post publicly, your social media, your forum posts, your channel comments, your group memberships. Analysts don't need to hack you when you volunteered everything already. The average American has given more actionable intelligence about their beliefs, their associations, and their daily patterns to social media companies, and by extension to anyone who wants to buy or subpoena that data. More so than any Cold War spy could have extracted through years of active surveillance. Just think about that. That's crazy. This isn't hypothetical. Multiple domestic prosecutions in recent years were built almost entirely on publicly posted content. That's OSINT for you. The fourth is simply financial tracking. Sophisticated organizations know that financial transactions are a primary vulnerability. Al-Qaeda used the Hawala system, an ancient informal money transfer network where a broker in one country takes cash and a corresponding broker in another country pays out the equivalent, with no physical money crossing borders and almost no paper trail. And they did this because it was largely invisible to Western financial surveillance systems that were designed to track bank-to-bank transfers. This is where crypto is great. The entire East Africa embassy operation cost between $10,000 and $50,000 and left almost no financial footprint until after the attack. You see, what intelligence analysts actually look for when mapping a network is anomalies in behavior, unusual associations, patterns of communication that suggest coordination, and most importantly, connectors. Who is linked to the most people? Eliminate the connector and you fragment the network. This is why effective cells deliberately limit connections. You see, nobody is a connector to more people than their immediate cell requires. No single person's removal collapses the network. Now ask yourself this: in your community, your group, your online circle, who are the connectors? And are those people as protected as they should be? They probably shouldn't have a huge social media presence. Now that you have a grasp on how our enemies coordinate, plan, organize, and grow, I want to turn this directly at us. Let's hold up a mirror, because the organizational principles that make these networks effective are not foreign to American history. They're native. It started with us. The way terror cells operate, with a comprehensive multi-phase training process for members and recruits and a centralization of decision and decentralization of execution, it's not their original brand, it's ours. Strategy at the top with discretion on how to execute on the ground. That should sound familiar, because that's how our special operations functions, and moreover, we see this dynamic in how our own founding fathers operated in the American Revolution. For example, you've probably never heard of the Committee of Correspondence. These were networks set up by American colonists in the early 1770s to share information and coordinate resistance against British policies. Organized town to town and colony to colony with leaders like Samuel Adams, they used letters and messengers to spread news, unifying messaging, and plan collective action, essentially creating an early communication and coordination system that helped the colonies act together and pave the way for the Continental Congress, which you probably have heard of. Another organization you've probably heard of is the Sons of Liberty, a loose network of American colonists who organized resistance to British rule, especially taxes like the Stamp Act. They were made up of merchants, craftsmen, and political leaders. They used protests, boycotts, and sometimes direct action, like the Boston Tea Party, to push back against what they saw as unjust governance, helping spark the moment that led to the American Revolution and our freedom and our ability to even talk about this right now. It was not a mass movement that included absolutely everyone. They were a disciplined network of trusted men who operated within existing social structures and expanded carefully. And then there's the Minutemen. They weren't lone wolves. They had defined roles, defined notification chains, defined response obligations, and regular training together. They were organized at the community level around existing relationships, not recruited strangers online or from other towns. Now, what I'm describing isn't radical. It's the restoration of something that used to be basic to American civic life, something that has been systematically eroded, partly through the destruction of community institutions, partly through the replacement of local relationships with digital ones, and partly through deliberate efforts to keep freedom-loving Americans fragmented, reactive, and fighting online battles with each other. There is not a single online gun tube controversy that is even remotely as important as the relationships that you could be building in your own town right now. Not a single one. It's all noise. And when you give yourself to that nonsense, and when you say yes to it, you say no to what you could actually be doing instead. Actual relationship building, camaraderie building, and actual networking. The enemy, they're not taking part in that kind of BS. And do you want to know why? Because it's a waste of their time, and they know it. So here's what the enemy's organizational model actually teaches us, the parts that translate directly and legally to community resilience. Small trusted groups over large anonymous ones. Your operational community is 3 to 5 people that you would actually trust with your life and who trust you back. Not your follower count, not your group chat. We're talking 3 to 5 real people within reasonable distance who you have trained with, eaten with, and know in real life. Build that first. Everything else comes after. Compartmentalization as a basic operational security is another one. Not everyone needs to know everything. Role-based information sharing protects the group and is simply just a good practice. What you don't know, you can't accidentally or intentionally reveal. Also, defined roles based on existing skills. Who's the medic? Who handles comms? Who manages logistics? Who plans? Who executes? Who brings everyone together? Role clarity removes redundancy, ego, and confusion. It also means that everyone has a specific function and nobody feels useless, because people who feel useless detach at best and at worst become bitter. You don't want that in your group. You see, local relationships, they're the foundation. The most resilient communities in history were built on existing social trust. Family, long-term neighbors, people with shared faith and shared history, not recruited strangers from the internet. Start with people you already know. Deepen those relationships deliberately and in person. Also, mission clarity over vague ideology. We protect this neighborhood during a grid down event is an actionable mission.
Your bottom tower is under attack!
By my bulls. Yes. With vim and vigor. Oh, did that sting? Very fine. Here I go. Make a big mess. Forward. Wait for it. Yes, indeed. A twisted path. Ooh. Whoa, look at me go! On my roof! With vim and vigor. No pulse. Clack your bones. What? Yeah. All's well. Edge. Very fine. Yes. Waxing powers. I'm under attack. Here I come. Just what the doctor ordered. Yes. Good, yeah. Yes. Extract. Yes. The faint ones keep us safe. Very fine. dead bones. All's well. A twisted path. On my round. Yes, indeed. Here I come. With vim and vigor. A curse blade. I'll draw your blood. God. What? Yeah. Wait for it. Here I come. Carry me off. Forward. Yes. Very fine. With vim and vigor. Yes. The spell is cast. A twisted path. Oh! Yes, indeed. By my book. All's well. On my bones will tell.
We Love Freedom is just a bumper sticker. Specific, achievable, shared objectives create cohesion and direction that ideology alone will never produce. Also, training over planning. Effective cells don't just plan, they train together repeatedly until coordination becomes automatic. The entire argument for getting off the flat range and into realistic training scenarios with real people is rooted in this. Stress reveals gaps, even among people in interpersonal relationships. You want to find your gaps in training and with the people around you, not in the event, but in training. So with that in mind, let's bring this full circle. Our enemies are already at war. The cartels didn't wait for permission to build distribution cells in your city. The Foreign Influence Operations Funding Division in this country didn't wait for a crisis to start working. Al-Qaeda built its East Africa cells for 5 years before anyone even knew that they existed. The IRA spent years building its network before it fired a shot in earnest. ISIS networked inside an American prison with tighty-whities and skid marks while we were stretching our legs with drone warfare. They built during the calm, they activated during the storm, and that is the single most important lesson in this entire video. You cannot build the network when you need it. You build it before you need it. You build it quietly, you build it locally, you build it out of existing trust, and then, God willing, you never have to activate it for anything more serious than a neighborhood power outage or a family in crisis. But if the day comes that you do need it for something more, the infrastructure is there. The trust is there. The roles are already defined. You're not scrambling, you're activating. Think about what that looks like in practice. There are levels to this, and most people are starting at zero, and that's okay. We all start at zero, but we all have to start. Think about what that actually looked like in American history. The men who fired the first shots of the revolution didn't build their networks that morning. Paul Revere's ride worked because the network was already there to ride too. The Minutemen assembled in under an hour because the trust was already built, the roles were already defined, the infrastructure was already warmed, the guns were already ready. Those men had been building quietly, locally, peacefully for years before a shot was fired. And we are going to dig into that story in full in an upcoming video for the 4th of July, because civilian networks that actually won the American Revolution are one of the most important and least understood stories in this country's history. This kind of stuff is not taught in school, but the principle is what matters right now. They built during the calm, they activated during the storm. Not a militia, not a terror cell, not anything that violates the law or your conscience, a network. A trusted, local, capable network of people who know each other, trust each other, have complementary skills, defined roles, and shared understanding of what they would do if things actually got bad. A network that exists right now as something completely peaceful. Neighbors helping neighbors, friends training together, families preparing together. But it's also a network that knows how to ratchet up, that knows how to activate, that knows how to scale from 5 people to 50 when the moment demands it, because the trust is already there and the communication channels are already established and the roles, they're all understood. Our enemies built all of that for years before they needed it. The founders built that for years before they needed it. And once you get your core group, start helping each individual learn how to lead. Give them opportunities, because if you ever have to scale, you'll want those guys to have the ability and the interpersonal skills necessary to delegate to new people. You see, the big question that we have to ask ourselves honestly is whether or not we're going to be the generation that waited until things got bad enough and found out too late that we can't build a network in a crisis, or the generation that did the unglamorous, uninstagrammable, quiet work of building something real while we still had the time and the peace to do it. Find your people. Define your roles. Build your network now. Not for war or cool shots on social media, for peace, for your family, and for your community. And if the day comes that you need it for more than that, you will be ready. You will be as ready as anyone ever has been. That's not radical. That's what free men have always done. You keep imagining that there will be this massive group of people that come together to enact change in America, but history shows it starts with just a few. Do not take the black pill that all is lost and our way of life is dead. It may be very sick, but we can recover and we can build something better. Never underestimate what a small group of disciplined men can accomplish. You don't need a huge circle. And after all, Jesus had a circle of 12 and one of them betrayed him. Keep it small, keep it local, and with that, get to work.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem.
This is the country of Myanmar, sometimes also referred to as Burma, and it really only appears as a functioning country in our imagination on maps. When you look further inside, Myanmar is without exaggeration the most geopolitically complex country on the planet today, where it's extremely difficult for outsiders to figure out what's actually going on. The country has been completely consumed by a brutal, multi-sided civil war that has been going on for more than 4 years now, that has shattered the country into a complicated mosaic of competing militias, warlords, resistance fighters, and a totalitarian central regime dominated by the military that came to power during a coup d'etat in early 2021 that overthrew the previous democratically elected government. You may have seen memes about this coup back when it happened then, centering around this woman who was filming herself performing an aerobic dance routine as the country's military was busy storming and overthrowing the government right behind her. That coup is what triggered the current civil war in the country, and over the past 4+ years of fighting across Myanmar since then, more than 82,000 people have been killed, while more than 3.2 million others have been internally displaced, making the war that's still raging in Myanmar among the most violent and destructive active conflicts taking place anywhere in the world today, but also one that has only attracted a fraction of the international attention as the other ongoing major wars in Ukraine and Gaza have garnered. But Myanmar, a country of some 54 million people in the heart of Southeast Asia, is actively in the process of dying, with potentially catastrophic consequences for the rest of Asia and the world. Myanmar's economy has crashed by at least 20% since the civil war began. The central government now controls only about 1/5 of the country's territory and virtually none of its own international borders with its neighbors. In the mostly lawless periphery border regions beyond the government's control, massive drug dealing and the largest scam factories in the world taking up entire skyscrapers involving tens of thousands of people have been established. Governments from around the world have warned their citizens not to travel anywhere in Myanmar due to the persistent threat of getting caught up in the war there. And the country is now at a serious risk of balkanizing or fragmenting and becoming another Yugoslavia or another Afghanistan, but on an even larger scale. And it's already become what is essentially the only failed state in Eastern Asia located at the strategic crossroads between China, India, and the Bay of Bengal, with major consequences for everyone around them, especially China, who is becoming more and more forced to militarily intervene in the raging chaos that's going on immediately across from their southwestern border. To understand how Myanmar got to this point of potential state collapse today and to understand the severity of the potential consequences, it helps first to understand the series of events that led up to the coup and the civil war in 2021. Before 1989, the country was known as Burma, so that's the name I'll begin referring to it as for a bit from here. Burma, like many other places in the world, was steadily taken over by the British and ruled by them as a colonial possession for more than a century between 1824 and 1948. After Burma was eventually granted its independence by the British following the Second World War, it has consistently struggled with governing over its extremely diverse multi-ethnic society. Today, there are an astonishing 135 separate, distinct, recognized ethnic groups who are present in the country. The Bamar, whom the country's original name, Burma, derived from, have always made up the majority of the country's population, and today they represent around 68% of the total population, and dominate the center and most of the coast. The peripheries of the country, meanwhile, have always been populated by various ethnic minorities, with the largest being the Shan, Karen, Rakhine, Han Chinese, Mon, Indians, Kachin, and Chin. These minority groups in the country have always preferred to identify themselves as ethnic nationalities rather than ethnic minorities, because they've always, ever since the country's independence, been insecure and fearful about the political domination of the Bamar majority. To add an even further layer to the complexity, the overwhelming majority of Burma's society practices Buddhism, including most of the Bamar ethnic majority. But several of the minority ethnic groups predominantly practice either Christianity or Islam instead, like the Chin, Kachin, and Karen, who are predominantly Christians, and the Rohingya, who are predominantly Muslims. In the lead up to Burma's post-war independence, the country's chief independence leader named Aung San promised that some of these ethnic minority groups would be granted their full autonomy within their own territories within Burma, with a further option to secede from Burma after 10 years had passed. However, Aung San was assassinated merely months before the country's independence was granted, and so his promises of autonomy to the ethnic minorities were never honored by the post-independence government, which almost immediately sparked major rebellions by many of the ethnic minorities who began forming their own armed militias to resist the central government's authority, and they became known as Ethnic Armed Organizations, or EAOs for short, with goals ranging from increased autonomy within Burma to a federalized system within Burma, or even to full-blown independence. Many of these EAOs have been continually engaged in a state of conflict with the central government for more than 77 years ever since then, making the conflict in Myanmar the longest continually running war that is still ongoing in the world today. In 1962, the Burmese military, known as the Tatmadaw, launched a coup d'etat that overthrew the parliamentary government and installed a totalitarian dictatorship under a military junta in its place that would last for the next several decades. The Tatmadaw, dominated by the country's ethnic Bamar Buddhist majority, continued refusing to implement a federal system within the country and dramatically increased the state's repression of its ethnic minority regions, continuing and exacerbating the fighting between the state and the EAOs around the periphery. At the same time, the Tatmadaw military dictatorship pursued a radical policy within Burma that sought to completely isolate the country from the rest of the outside world economically. Trade and contact with the outside world was largely eliminated. Most industries were nationalized, and Soviet-style central planning was combined with traditional Buddhist beliefs and deep local superstitions. The result was unbelievable economic mismanagement and crippling poverty. By 1987, after more than a quarter century of totalitarian Tatmadaw rule, Burma was the second most impoverished country on the entire planet, remaining only just barely ahead of nearby Cambodia, who had lost more than a quarter of its population only a few years earlier under the infamous regime of Pol Pot. The year after, in 1988, the level of popular discontent within the country had risen high enough that it exploded into a massive nationwide uprising involving hundreds of thousands of people. The Tatmadaw regime responded with a brutal armed crackdown, likely killing thousands of protesters in the process. Even though the Tatmadaw ended up squashing the uprising through force and continued remaining in power, it also realized that it needed to begin adopting reforms to prevent the same kind of uprising from ever happening again. The Tatmadaw regime unilaterally changed the country's name from Burma to Myanmar just the next year in 1989, in an attempt to distance itself from the country's colonial past and to be more inclusive of the country's many diverse ethnic groups apart from the Bamar. Though the name change has remained highly controversial ever since it was not decided democratically by a regime that seized power through force. The United States and several other countries around the world who do not recognize the country's military government as legitimate continue to insist on officially calling the country Burma instead, which is why on Google Maps and other apps you'll continue seeing the dispute marked by both names being displayed at once. To further show how serious they supposedly were about reforming the country, the Tatmadaw also agreed to host the country's first open election in nearly 3 decades in 1990 that they, for some reason, confidently believed they would actually win. Instead, a party known as the National League for Democracy, or the NLD, won decisively. The NLD was led by a woman named Aung San Suu Kyi, the daughter of Aung San, Myanmar's independence-era hero who had advocated for federalism in the country and was assassinated decades earlier. Shocked by her and the NLD's victory in the 1990 election, the Tatmadaw regime simply refused to recognize the results and placed Aung San Suu Kyi under house arrest, which would last for much of the next 20 years for her until 2010. Over the years that followed, the Tatmadaw further consolidated their power in Myanmar and ramped up their attacks on the EAOs around the periphery, destroying most of their bases and strongholds by the mid-2000s and entering into ceasefire agreements with many of them. But the 1990 election results also showed the Tatmadaw just how unpopular they really were amongst the people they ruled over through force. And so to maintain their hold on power, they created what they called a roadmap to disciplined democracy that culminated in 2008 with their drafting of a new constitution. This new constitution, for the first time in Myanmar's post-independence history, created 5 self-administered zones and 1 self-administered division for 6 of the country's ethnic minority groups, reducing the need for many of them to continue fighting. The Wa state, home to the Wa ethnic minority group, was granted so much autonomy within Myanmar through the 2008 constitution that it effectively has functioned as a de facto independent state ever since, with its own completely separate and independent political system and army with no declared allegiance to any of the rest of Myanmar. The Tatmadaw also released thousands of their political prisoners, including Aung San Suu Kyi, from her long house arrest, and agreed to host another round of elections again in 2010. 20 years after their last elections that they refused to recognize back in 1990. However, unlike the 1990 election that surprised them, they made sure that no matter how bad the results of the 2010 election were for them, they would continue remaining largely in power without having to resort to force. They wrote into the 2008 Constitution that at least 25% of all the parliamentary seats in the government would still be reserved for the military. The military alone would continue controlling the country's security policy without any civilian oversight, while the military would also continue appointing one of the country's 2 vice presidents, essentially ensuring that the military could veto any proposed constitutional amendments going forward. To try and even further shape the election outcome, the military also just banned anyone who was married to a foreign national from running for president, which was basically just an attempt to block Aung San Suu Kyi from running again, who was married to a British citizen. Her party decided to boycott the 2010 election in protest as a result, and so the military's preferred party won the election instead, and they remain largely in power. A few years later, Myanmar hosted another general election in 2015 that Suu Kyi's party, the NLD, finally participated in for the first time in a quarter century, and, like in the 1990 election, they once again won with the people decisively. But this time, unlike the 1990 election, the Tatmadaw actually decided to recognize the results and cautiously agree to enter into a power-sharing arrangement with the NLD, giving up a bit of their absolute grip over the country for the first time in more than 53 years since the 1962 coup. Since Aung San Suu Kyi herself was still legally barred from running for office, she never became Myanmar's president. But after the election, the NLD created a new position to give to her instead that they called the State Councillor, which made her the de facto leader of Myanmar anyway. It's hard to describe just how high the hopes were in the world for Aung San Suu Kyi and the NLD's leadership in Myanmar after the 2015 election. There was a serious hope that after more than 50 years of continuous authoritarian military rule in the country, Suu Kyi was finally helping to transition the country towards democracy. But then, very quickly after her government began administrating things, the military decided to do something that captured the entire world's attention and severely undermined international trust in her government. The Rakhine State in the west of Myanmar across the border from Bangladesh has always been among the most unstable and violent regions in the country, stemming from its very high levels of ethnic and religious diversity. One of the largest groups of people present in the Rakhine State at the time were the Rohingya, one of the very few Indo-Aryan ethnic groups who predominantly practice the Islamic faith in the country. There used to be around 1 million Rohingya people who lived in the Rakhine State, but they've always faced enormous levels of persecution and disenfranchisement by the ethnic Bamar and Buddhist-majority Tatmadaw and the Myanmar government. The Myanmar government has continually maintained that the Indo-Aryan and predominantly Muslim Rohingya are not indigenous to the country, and that they were only brought over to settle in historic Burma by the British colonial government during the 19th century. The Rohingya themselves insist that their own history in the Rakhine State goes back thousands of years. But the Myanmar government refuses to even call them by their own name, officially calling them Bengalis instead to further discredit their right to live in the country. The government has asserted that the Rohingya are a product of British-era colonial settlement policies. And on that supposed basis, they stripped all of the 1 million plus Rohingya in the country of their citizenship back in 1982, which has left the Rohingya as the largest stateless population in the world ever since. Further restrictions were placed on the Rohingyas' freedom of movement and education access, which led to multiple academics and scholars calling the conditions faced by the Rohingya in the Rakhine State as similar to the apartheid policies experienced in South Africa. Understandably, the Rohingya launched multiple armed insurrections against the military and the government throughout the 1990s and 2010s in the face of this repression. And in October of 2016, an attack by one Rohingya militant group on a police station in the Rakhine State killed 12 Tatmadaw police officers, which led to the military deciding to retaliate with genocidal fury. The Tatmadaw immediately launched an overwhelming crackdown in the Rakhine State against the entire Rohingya community, killing more than 6,700 Rohingya in just a single month, burning down and destroying enough Rohingya villages that they were captured by satellites, and forcefully driving out more than 700,000 Rohingya across the international border into Bangladesh as refugees, representing most of Myanmar's entire Rohingya population and one of the 21st century's most egregious cases of ethnic cleansing. It's likely that tens of thousands of Rohingya were ultimately massacred by the Tatmadaw during this crackdown in 2017. And their forcing of hundreds of thousands of survivors into Bangladesh triggered the largest refugee crisis in Asia seen since the Vietnam War, where around 1 million stateless Rohingya refugees with no citizenship anywhere continue living in political limbo to this day in the largest refugee camps in the world. A couple of years later, in 2019, the Gambia, on behalf of all 57 members of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, introduced a legal case to the International Court of Justice accusing Myanmar of committing genocide against the Rohingya, which is still ongoing and has since been joined by many Western countries like the UK, Ireland, the Netherlands, Germany, France, Denmark, and Canada. As Myanmar's state councillor, Aung San Suu Kyi traveled to The Hague in December of 2019 to defend her country against the genocide charges. arguing to the dismay of many of her international supporters that while some war crimes had been committed by the military in the Rakhine state, no genocide of the Rohingya had actually taken place there. With her support from the West substantially eroded after making these arguments in International Criminal Court, Myanmar hosted another general election in November of 2020 that her NLD party once again won decisively for the second time in a row, leading the Tatmadaw military to begin growing concerned that the NLD's continued electoral success was posing a long-term threat to its own continued rule. So just like they did after the 1990 elections didn't go their way, the Tatmadaw just contested the 2020 elections as supposedly fraudulent. And then in February of 2021, they launched a full-blown coup against the civilian government that we began this video with, arresting dozens of the newly elected government officials before they could assume their positions and once again imprisoning Aung San Suu Kyi, who's remained in a mix of solitary confinement and house arrest for the past 4.5 years ever since. Almost immediately after the coup happened, protests against the violent seizure of power erupted in Myanmar's capital city, Naypyidaw, which the military characteristically responded to with overwhelming force, opening fire on the protesters with live ammunition and killing more than 600 people in the process. Thousands of politically motivated young people from the Bamar majority heartland of the country then fled into Myanmar's surrounding mountainous peripheries, where they linked up with many of the long-standing and heavily armed EAOs to receive training and weapons, before returning back to the heartland again to engage in ambushes and partisan warfare against the restored military junta in the country, which catapulted Myanmar into a state of full-blown civil war. The junta responded with massive violence, launching airstrikes and military operations across the whole country against the resistance, and installed one of their own generals, Min Aung Hlaing, as the regime's de facto leader and acting president. Within a few months, the motley collection of forces opposed to the military regime, including ousted elected officials, pro-democracy protesters, and long-oppressed ethnic minorities, banded together and formed the National Unity Government, or NUG, with the officially stated goal of removing the military from power and establishing a fully federalized democratic Myanmar in its place. Within time, the NUG established its armed wing called the People's Defense Force, or PDF, to fight against the junta and their allies in the country, which by 2024 would grow to encompass an estimated 85,000 soldiers. Over time, many of the 25 active and heavily armed EAOs around the periphery of the country, many of which have thousands of their own soldiers, began breaking their ceasefires with the government and aligning themselves with the pro-democracy forces in the country against the junta as the junta began losing ground, while a few other of the EAOs, for a variety of reasons, aligned themselves with the military instead. Beginning in late 2023, the Tatmadaw began experiencing an increasingly high number of military setbacks and loss of territory. As of mid-2025, the Tatmadaw only maintains its control over about 1/5 of Myanmar's territory, and has lost control over most of the country's external international borders, though it still dominates the Bamar heartland in the center of the country that is the most densely populated part of Myanmar with all of the most major cities. The PDF and the EAOs have consistently struggled with taking over major cities in the country during the Civil War, and so while they currently control more territory than the regime does, most of it is sparsely populated rural countryside. Throughout the past 4+ years of war here, Western countries have largely ignored what's been going on, largely disillusioned with Myanmar's pro-democracy movement following Aung San Suu Kyi's defense of the military's genocide against the Rohingya, and distracted by other large-scale conflicts closer to home like Ukraine and Gaza. But in the absence of large-scale Western involvement in the conflict, China stepped onto the scene in Myanmar to fill the vacuum and has become by far the most influential outside power here, working together with both the military junta and various rebel factions at the same time to advance their own interests. Myanmar is one of the most important countries right now for China's geopolitical calculus, and Beijing's interests in the country are numerous. It is the only country that directly borders China that is experiencing a major war on its own territory. And so naturally, China would be concerned about ensuring stability along the entire length of their border that stretches and winds for nearly 2,100 kilometers. China is also highly concerned about suppressing any potential Western influence in Myanmar, represented the most by the NUG and the pro-democracy resistance in the country. There isn't a single country who directly borders China that is explicitly pro-Western right now, and China would like to keep it that way. A pro-Western government in power in Myanmar would become an outpost of Western influence on China's southwestern flank, with potentially disastrous consequences for China's strategic planning regarding an invasion of Taiwan. For this reason, China has primarily supported the Tatmadaw military regime in power in the country, but has also supported a whole host of rebel EAOs at the same time who are not ideologically committed to democracy, undermining the NUG and the pro-democracy resistance while keeping Myanmar chronically unstable between the Tatmadaw and the EAOs, neither of which have proven capable of decisively defeating the other over the years since they both received China's support in different ways at different times. From Beijing's perspective, the most ideal government in power in Myanmar would be pro-Chinese, like the Tatmadaw has often been. But barring that, their next most preferable option would be an unstable Myanmar that cannot effectively push China's influence out. And the least preferable option would be a fully democratic federalized Myanmar that would probably grow closer to the West and undermine China's strategically critical influence and investments in the country. What are these strategically critical Chinese investments in the country? Look no further than the oil and gas pipeline that they helped construct across Myanmar between 2009 and 2014 at a cost of billions of dollars. These two pipelines are known as the Sino-Myanmar pipelines, and they were built as a part of China's greater worldwide Belt and Road Initiative infrastructure program. Myanmar's territory is critical to China for these pipelines, because they provide China with a gateway into the Indian Ocean, and most importantly, they provide China with an alternative energy import route to the Strait of Malacca. Roughly 95% of China's energy imports currently travel into the country by sea, largely on the backs of tankers coming from the oil and gas-rich Persian Gulf as well as Russia. 80% of China's energy imports are currently forced by geography to funnel themselves through the narrow Strait of Malacca on their way to Chinese ports, a critical choke point that could become blockaded by the US Navy in the event of a war breaking out over Taiwan. Such an action would immediately eliminate the majority of China's energy imports required to sustain itself. So for decades, China has been busy building out alternative energy import routes to get around the Malacca Strait problem. And the Sino-Myanmar pipelines are some of these most important alternatives. They begin at the deepwater port of Kiapku on the island of Ram Ri on Myanmar's coast, and then travel for nearly 2,500 kilometers across the whole country through mountainous and jungle-covered terrain before crossing over the border into China, where they continue extending towards the major city of Kunming, the capital and the largest city of China's southern Yunnan province. Financially, these twin oil and gas pipelines cut off about 3,000 kilometers and 5 to 6 days worth of travel time for energy resources to reach China's coasts, saving considerable money on transportation costs. But more importantly, they also enable China to import at least some amount of oil and gas without having to rely on shipping through the vulnerable Strait of Malacca. While the pipelines don't have enough capacity to support the whole of China's energy needs, they are probably enough to support at least southern China's regional needs, and they are still better than absolutely nothing. In 2019, the oil pipeline was able to provide roughly 7 to 8% of China's total crude oil imports, while the gas pipeline was able to provide about 2.6% of China's total gas imports. The gas pipeline, however, has been operating well
reflect. And then he goes on to speak in terms of like a shamelessness or a narcissism. So almost like, a shamelessness and then an image persona that's really brought forward into the world. And then you have this big distance, obviously, to the shadow. Do you think along those lines in your, again, long-term research into evil? Like, is shamelessness something that you would articulate there, or more in the sense of James Gilligan, who did a lot of research on incarcerated, the most violent humans among us, and for him, he saw it as deep humiliation. Again, I'm kind of hearing that research in your level 3, like something that happens early on that's deeply humiliating, and evil can start to be bred in those spaces.
Yes, I think that's Jung writes about levels of evil, let's say, or dimensions of evil, and at one point he says, and there is such a thing as absolute evil that very few people are able to actually look at. And I did hear a lecture by Gilligan in Chicago many years ago, and he talked about these, killers that he interviewed in prisons and their experience of shame, being shamed, being dissed as the motivation for taking an action against the other as a kind of revenge. And I think the motivation for a lot of terrible acts of what we would call evil has to do with the motivation of revenge. Or what Jung referred to as resentment. When Jung thought about Hitler and Germany, what happened in Germany in the 1930s and 40s, he said the people were, because of the First World War, and losing the First World War, and then the terrible after effects from the Treaty of Versailles on the German people and the German nation, created a tremendous feeling of resentment among the people, and Hitler used that. Hitler tuned in to that level of the collective conscious, unconscious of the people, which was filled with anger and resentment. And if you feel that you've gotten a really bad deal and you're full of suffering and pain and anger from it, this feeling of resentment can lead you to commit terrible acts of atrocity. So Hitler found the scapegoat. Who did this to us? A Jewish conspiracy, let's go and get them. And people just jumped on board. They were taken over by that argument. They felt it. It was visceral. They had an object to hate and to go after and destroy, and felt they were getting their due. This is, you can trace this all the way back to the book of Genesis. You know, there's a scene, Cain and Abel. They both make offerings to God. God accepts the offering of Abel, loves the offering he gave. It was, I don't know if it was animal or vegetable. One was the other. So Abel was blessed by God. His offering was received. Cain's offering was not received. So Cain is the brother who comes out on the short end. And he resents his brother. And he thinks he got a bad deal. So he's sitting in his tent, and he's smoldering with resentment. And the Lord comes to him and says, I see what's happening to you, but beware. Evil is sitting at the flap of your tent. And if you go out, it can grab you and take you. But you can master it. I know you can, God says to Cain. But Cain doesn't. He goes out and he's taken over by this little creature that's sitting at the flap of his tent, jumps on him, gets into him, and he's possessed, and he goes out into the field, invites his brother out, and he kills him out of resentment. And I think that's it's one of the strongest motivations for violence in families, among nations. If you can mobilize the resentment of a group of people who feel outcast, neglected, not seen, not heard, are suffering, and you pull them into a vision of getting their due at the cost of the ones who've taken advantage of them, you've got a mass movement going. You know, you've got a cult, and they won't leave you as long as you make that promise and you play in their resentment. So that is a source of what we call evil. Another point that Jung made about evil was that it's a judgment. That's level 3. You make a judgment about something. And depending on where you stand, which side you're on, something looks either good or evil. If you're standing on this side, it looks good. If you're standing on that side, it looks evil. So the judgment you make about good and evil is your responsibility. And if you judge wrong, if you judge without critical awareness of what you're doing, you can fall victim to these unconscious motivations. People start shouting, they're evil, let's go get them. And they go out and hang them. They burn the witches. They hang the blacks because somebody said that, they're raping women and so on. And so you get these very dark actions of people who, when they come to themselves later and think about it and look back on it, they often can't believe they've done such a thing. What got into me? It got into me. And Jung says, evil is active in the world. It's not something that you can just put to the side. It's not passive. It's active. It will grab you if you let it. It's sitting at the tent waiting. And if you have resentment and you don't know what's happening, God says you can overcome it. You can do it, but you might not be able to. So falling into the hands of the evil one that's imaged in all the mythologies, and in Christian mythology, it's the devil or Satan walking through the world, stalking Goethe's Faust, Mephistopheles, these figures who offer you something. You feel needy, you go along with the program, and then later you look back on it with great, if you have a, quotes, conscience. Now, these are not the shameless ones. These are people who look back with remorse, as Faust did when he looked back at what happened to Margarita. She killed her child, she killed herself because of his betrayal. He felt terrible about it. He had conscience. And there is an attempt, I think, on the part of some people to foster collective conscience, not just consciousness, but conscience, awareness of the evil that we do without knowing it affects other people. We have to become aware of it. And Erich Neumann wrote a wonderful book called Depth Psychology and the New Ethic. And he said, instead of finding scapegoats and driving them out of the village and loading all the sins of the world on them, projecting the shadow on them, look at yourself. What have you done to create the evil that surrounds you? So you have, somebody doing something terrible in your community. What has your community done to create a situation that person would do such a thing? The community can take responsibility too. What do we do to create marginalized people who then form gangs and terror groups and commit acts of terror? What is the community's responsibility for creating these types of characters and situations where people are possessed by this dark force and they come after you? So that's really a very important work that psychology should be doing, is to work on collective conscience. What is it for a community to have conscience? I grew up in and studied in the ministry, and this was in the 60s, where the awareness, the conscience element was very strong with regard to racism and war. The war in Vietnam, racism in America. There were marches and protests and, crossing the bridge in Birmingham, Alabama, and all those heroics on the part of conscience, collective conscience. This is wrong. Apartheid, racism is wrong. And making that judgment in order to ameliorate the situations that come about through the projection of evil and shadow. You project it onto the other, they will become it, and they will come after you. The dynamics are clear. Psychology knows about them, and it's incumbent on us to teach that and help people become aware of how evil comes about in the world and how it takes over. That doesn't mean we'll ever defeat it completely. I mean, until the end of time and the holy city of Jerusalem descends from the heavens, and we can move into the New Jerusalem where there is no evil, it's always light. Until that day, we have to remain aware and on guard about our personal participation in the evil around us and our own motivations. And that's very hard work. And it's daily.
Right. Oh my gosh, there's so much in projection, moral injury. Like there's so much in everything that you just shared. And a basic definition of projection, I think, could be super helpful here.
Projection is a very natural phenomenon, that we don't notice usually. We give attributes to objects, for instance, to animals. We don't know what the animal is feeling, but people can study animal behavior. Animals do have feeling, and they respond emotionally and so on. But a lot of what we think about animals is we put onto them. We observe their behavior, and we say, oh, this is a nice little kitty, and this is a bad kitty, and so on. They're just being themselves, okay? So projection is the attribution of what's in there to something that's out there. Okay, so if you famous stories about projection of what we call the anima, for instance, the feminine. The brothers Karamazov, Dostoevsky's great novel, Freud thought it was the greatest novel ever written, greatest psychological novel, and it truly is fantastic. There's a woman named Grushenka, and she's a very common woman, but she's got something that catches the attention of almost every man that she comes in contact with. She's got some kind of magic, okay? And they just go wild for her. Old Karamazov, his sons, other people, and she uses that to her advantage. She knows how to play with the projections they're making. They see her as divine. She's just an ordinary woman, but she's got some charm. She's got some special qualities about her that can really capture a man's imagination. So imagination is the source of projection. And they imagine that if we could be with her, life would be paradise. We would be having an orgasm that never ends. It would be ecstasy. That's what she captures, and that's what the anima promises. But of course, it's not at all true. So the projection-making factor is our imagination going out into the object world and creating perceptions, we think are perceptions of what's there, but that isn't really there. There is something there, and we talk about the hook that a projection needs. So Krishenka has a hook. There's no question. She's got something that these very needy men project their anima onto her. Life itself, Jung calls the anima. Life itself. If you can have that, you've got life. And without it, you have death. So it becomes quite desperate. And you're chasing a mirage. And a lot of what politics, for instance, promises, or these hucksters and salesmen and so on, what they promise is a hook for your projection. You buy this product, you will live forever. You buy this product, you will look like you're 20 years old when you're 85, And this, people fall for these hoaxes, shams. It's all over the internet. People getting deceived by promises that are made by shysters sitting in the jungle somewhere in Thailand or Cambodia, making promises to lonely women in New York City. And out of their need and their imagination, their projection maker gets going, and they can see a future that's wonderful for themselves. So projection is a very dangerous factor that's used by all the advertisers, all the hucksters, all the politicians, to get people's attention, to get them on board, to get them moving in your direction. And they will project Jesus Christ onto who.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Or the Antichrist. Now it's either Christ or the Antichrist. So Antichrist is also a projection. Wherever there's an Antichrist, there's got to be a Christ. You can't have one without the other. So as soon as you make a Christ, there's going to be an Antichrist. That's the shadow. As soon as you call something the Antichrist, start looking, where's the Christ? What's the opposite? What's the opposition? So they're shadows of
below its total capacity for years now. If China is eventually able to get it operating at its full capacity,
Hightail has quite a lot of blocks, but actually quite a lot of them are not available in exploration mode play right now. So I decided to put a challenge out there on Twitter, and somebody answered the call. Let's talk about it and take a look. But before we do, Hightailers out there, if you would, please support the channel by clicking the like and subscribe button. Appreciate you. Let's hop in. So this whole like section right here is all these stone-based blocks. And there's actually quite a lot of them that are not available in exploration mode right now. I'm going to show you what those are really quick. You have the limestone family of blocks right here. You also have aquastone, which is right here. A lot of nice blocks in the aquastone category that you can't get in exploration mode in Hightail. Then we have these unfinished groupings up here. You have ledge stone, peach stone, runic, dark runic, which is actually lighter than the like regular runic for some reason. Then you have blue runic and dark blue runic. So all those blocks I just showed you, you can't get them in exploration mode. There's no way to do it. There's nothing you can do. And after putting out a challenge on Twitter, Stray decided to heed the call, and he's got a mod for us now. I will call this out while I'm here, though. He has not yet added in a way to craft these. These guys are not craftable yet, although you can technically get the blocks that you would use to craft it. And that's something that he will probably add in at a later date. What is this mod, you may ask? Well, let's take a look. The name of the mod is Rune Cleft Valley, made by Stray. And as you saw, my challenge was to put all of these blocks, all of these unobtainable blocks in one biome. And that's what we're going to have here. To get there, if you download this mod, put it in your world, you're going to have to craft an Arcanist workbench. You're going to have to get yourself an Ancient Gateway. You're going to have to be able to craft the Rune Cleft Valley fragment. It costs 10 iron ingots and 30 life essence. Once you've obtained it, go ahead and plop it into the Ancient Gateway, summon the portal up, and you are on your way to Rune Cleft Valley, where you can get all of these really fun, really good building materials. And here we are in Rune Cleft Valley, inhabited by the Klops here. And as you can see, you spawn inside of this big circular area, but that's not all that's here. If I hit the map button, I'll let it load a little bit. You spawn inside the big circle, but you have these big like paths, I guess I should call them valleys, I guess is probably maybe a better word, that go through, and you can travel through and go through these. Now you have 30 minutes inside as per how it's set up right now. And when we travel over here, here's how you're going to find all of your stuff. Limestone is what the main walls are made out of. Down underneath the water is where you're going to find your aquastone. You will see these big runes that are like shaped or carved or like set into the walls. This is where you're going to get your different runic blocks. You can see some more right here. Each stone is what the path is made out of here. And then ledge stone is what your like little bridge crossings are made out of. And it looks like it goes a few blocks deep at the very least. It goes several blocks deep, so whenever you find it, you can get this. Although, what is this? Oh, there are ledgestone pillars down there. That's interesting. I'll make sure I bring that up with Stray. It should just be definitely like ledgestone all the way down. You do have these caves going through. The rivers will go through them typically. You pretty much have an infinite amount of the limestone, which is one of the two most complete sets. You can continue to get your aquastone down there. Inside of these caves, you do have some more of the runic blocks down here, and you have some of these Klop settlements that will have some blocks and such scattered around as well. And so far, that's what you get out of Rune Cleft Valley and how you find all these different materials. Now, I did send some additional feedback to Stray. We'll see if it's something he would like to take into consideration or not. But my feedback generally was that the aquastone should be probably like as you go like dig deeper, you find like solid aquastone down here, so you can get and maybe make it go a few blocks deeper. That way you can more reliably get the aquastone and not just like break up the gravel as you go through to try to get these things. Also, the ledge stone and maybe even a peach stone as well would be really nice to find like big blobs of it inside of the caves where like you could just find a section of it. You can mine the whole thing out. Especially the ledge stone. This peach stone seems like it'll probably be pretty easy to get. It goes a few blocks deep, so you could just start mining in a strip and just keep going in a straight line until your 30 minutes runs out. Whereas the ledge stone is a little bit less reliable to find, as you have to find those little river crossings to be able to get some. So definitely seeing more of that would be nice. Also, the runic blocks, they're a little hard to get, but I mean, they are really cool looking blocks, so maybe that's fine. Or maybe there should be more of it available too. I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. I have seen some top parts of the map, like this section right here we can find, where you can kind of go up high and get maybe a larger quantity of it a little bit more easily. So you could start like up here and then mine it down and continue to mine it downwards through this whole like section right here. So you definitely have ways in which you can get a decent amount of it if you're looking for it, or if you come back and make multiple trips. Anyways, this will give you access to all of these extra blocks that the game has in it that you can't currently get in exploration mode. Let me know what your thoughts are. How do you like the mod? Give me or Stray some feedback down in the comment section below of anything additional you would like to see in this to get these unobtainable blocks. Appreciate you guys watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Okay, we're going to start this with a little bit of statistics. Let's start by looking at our hands for 1 second. If you're like 90% of people watching this video, you're most likely right-handed. Or basically you're probably holding your phone or your mouse with your
each other. And you find these shadow factors in projections, you know, the good and the evil.
Do you ever use the word discernment in distinction to judgment? Like the capacity to discern. Does someone have benevolent qualities? Are they embodying kindness and compassion? Like we're able to use all our sensory apparatus to actually discern the qualities, the true qualities. Because again, I get it. In pathology, people can present, one thing and be a monster underneath. So, do you use the distinction between those two words, judgment and discernment?
Well, discernment certainly. I think a good judgment is based on discernment. A judgment is the final result of discernment, I would say. If you have a case in court, you have to have evidence. You hear the evidence. The judge looks at the evidence and discerns. Is it true? Is it false? Are the witnesses telling truth? Are they telling lies? That's discernment. And then you make a judgment. Now, your judgment is based on the information you have, but the process of getting to judgment is discernment. Now, if you jump over discernment and just go straight to judgment, you run a much greater risk because you haven't looked at evidence. Discernment needs evidence. So you look at somebody's behavior over a period of time before you make a judgment. This is a good person or not a good person. This is a person I want to be with or don't want to be with. But, the projection overrides discernment. Projection jumps to a conclusion, and it comes to a judgment much too quickly. And you can make mistakes on the good side or the bad side. You can make a projection on somebody and you say they're evil, but you don't understand what they're doing. You haven't made a discernment. There's a famous story in the Quran, I think it's number 19. You've probably studied that, Leon. Jung writes about it, where Moses meets Khidr. Khidr is representative of Allah. And he goes on a journey with Khidr, and Khidr does some weird things, and Moses protests. He sinks a boat, somebody dies because of something he's done or said. And Moses makes a judgment on the basis of what he sees. But Khidr says, you don't understand. If I hadn't done this, something much worse would have happened. And Khidr is this ultimate wisdom, that can see afar and not from the beginning. He can see the result of something happening in the long distant future, and he short circuits it. And Moses doesn't understand that. So discernment is also a very careful looking at evidence and questioning your judgments, your snap judgments, staying with the phenomenon until you truly understand what is the situation and what is going on. And then you make a judgment that probably isn't so black and white. It might be, well, it's 60% bad, or it's 40% good, or that's the result of real discernment. It's gray. It isn't black and white.
Yeah, much more measured. This brings me back to the idea of like the somatic signatures that when we are, projecting, possessed by the energy is often hot, maybe cold as well. Maybe there's extremes to it. But again, this idea of not being, maybe we could say, centered, or some kind of measured way, that there's clarity, that there's balance, that the mind isn't already churning really quickly and is involved in the complex or the material, the unreflected, unrecognized material. I don't know if there's any like pointers there for people as far as, we've already listed some of them earlier, but the way to tell that we're caught up, our psyche is caught up in something that's unmetabolized or ununderstood, and it's motivating us more than perhaps, it would be healthy for our own system.
We have these somatic reactions and very quick emotional reactions to certain situations, probably for a reason, an evolutionary reason, because sometimes you have to move very quickly. You don't have time to think in order to protect yourself or get away. And if you stay around too long and wait to make a thorough judgment, you might get burned in the fire. We had a terrible fire here in Switzerland at New Year's Eve. In a basement bar, caught on fire, and people didn't get out quickly enough. And some doors were closed, and by the time they realized that the place was burning down, it was too late. So you have to react very quickly sometimes. And also in social situations, sometimes you have to make a very quick judgment. So if your body reacts, I would listen to it, your stomach starts turning or you get a headache, listen to it. And if you have to react and remove yourself for a period of time, I would do it. And people who really work with their body, and I think you do, Leanne, body work, and learn to listen to their somatic consciousness, as it's called, body consciousness, find that it can make discernment sometimes before your head can, too, and even better ones. So I wouldn't dismiss it. If it's the result of a complex getting triggered, then, of course, you can make errors in judgment and you react too quickly or too strongly. So that's complex, how to read your reactions. But I think it's good to train yourself to notice your reactions, emotional reactions as well as somatic reactions to people, situations. I'm not very good at that. My wife is much better. So when we go out, or I give a lecture sometimes, and she gets into conversation with some people afterwards, she says to me, "That one over there doesn't like you. She has very bad things to say about you." Well, she probably didn't, but she picked up something. And so then I listen to it, and I notice that person over time, and I try to watch them and see. And usually she's right, maybe not 100% right, but there's something there that she picked up that I didn't, because I'm screening it all out just to get through the event and on with it. And I've got a kind of political way, that doesn't take things too personally, but she does. So she's my censor, and I've learned to listen to her reactions. Mostly there's nothing in it for her. She's just reacting to what she's experiencing. She doesn't have any investment in it, but she said, "Watch out for that one. That's a snake."
Yeah. But this idea that the body has a language, and oftentimes in our culture, with that mind-body split or the over-objectification, like the harmony between psyche and soma, we have yet to really understand the language and how the body is speaking and what kind of messages it's bringing forward. But this brings me to ideas of safety, because it's really to have a nervous system that's relaxed and taking a comfortable seat in the body. Safety. The environment must be safe. And we're speaking to both these individual and collective levels to how evil gets played out. We can do our own shadow work, which is an ethical imperative, but yet we're all existing inside nation states, inside political regimes, or political ideas, and our young ones are sent off to war for the story that gets crafted by the nation or by the political group. And because I mentioned the word moral injury earlier, because something that you said made me think of that. Like, our children participate in these wars because they're directed to do so, probably far too young before they've been able to discern whether they really want to get involved or not. And then, our warriors come back from wars and often really feel grave moral injury as they age and reflect. And what was I involved in? Like, I don't know if there's any, because again, that just goes to your collective piece. Like in post-Jung, the work of Tom Singer and Sam Kimball's, the cultural complexes, you're pointing towards those. So yeah, where does the individual shadow work meet that collective piece? And because we're in communities, we're not isolated. We each add up to make a nation, or to make a culture, or to make a collective. So there's that, right? That interpenetration of the individual and the collective.
Yes. Well, I think the individual can take on too much or too little responsibility. The individual cannot fix the collective. On the other hand, if the individual is too passive and silent, it's not contributing to possible solutions in the collective. And I admire Tom Singer's work and Sam Kimball's very much, because they're constantly out there talking about cultural complexes and trying to raise awareness of what cultural complexes, how they affect our everyday life, our culture, our decision-making at all levels. So they're raising consciousness, and I think that is what psychology is meant to do on a collective level, to do our part. As far as the individual goes, I was in this conversation recently, and people said, "But it's so big. There's nothing. I can't change anything out there that would make much difference." And I was reminded of something that Jung said, that the meaning of human life is to bring consciousness to nature. And if we do that, she will be happy. She will be satisfied. We are doing our part. So he's asking, why do human beings exist at all? What is the purpose of this species on this planet, in this universe? And his personal answer to that was to bring consciousness to it, to nature. So to the extent that we can bring consciousness to nature, to our nature, as psychological creatures, to our cultural life, by studying things like cultural complexes and how politics work and misuse people, to study wars and how what gets going in a war. That's James Hillman wrote a book about war.
The Terrible Love of War.
The Terrible Love of War. And what he's talking about there is a state of possession by the god Ares or Mars. When you get, you have these warriors who live for it. And if there isn't a war going on somewhere, their life is, boring and meaningless. They want war. And when there is a war, they get really excited, So there is that aspect to our makeup. And we need to be aware of that God Ares is there and has been perceived for a reason, and probably needs to be served in a certain way, but can do terrible damage to the human being and to societies and culture. I spoke to somebody recently who lives in Japan, and she was born and grew up in Hiroshima. And she said when she's now in her 50s, when she was a youngster in school, every year they put the pictures on the walls of the library, the pictures of the people who were burned in Hiroshima. And the children were led through the library and told about each of these pictures. And she said it was a terrible experience, painful, traumatic. I guess they've stopped doing that now. But it was done in the name of peace, to make people aware of what happens when there's war. Don't support war, was the message. Now, that wasn't a very good method, I think, to traumatize the children. But it certainly got through. It's better to make peace than to make war, because look what happens when you have war. And so I think also it's important to remember what the consequences in the past have been. You mentioned safety. There was no safety in Europe in the 1930s and 40s during the Second World War. Even in Switzerland, they were constantly afraid that Germany was going to invade. They had to make deals with them. Our world today isn't that much safer either. I was in a conversation the other day with people here in our neighborhood, and we all said, thank God we live in Switzerland. It's relatively safe here, but there isn't another place in the world we'd want to be for safety. Anywhere in Europe, anywhere in the Middle East, Asia, Africa, everywhere you look, United States, safety is a huge issue, and fear. So the one who promises safety, watch out, because it's not possible to create safety, certainly not overnight, and not with armies and not with police force. You need all those things, but that isn't going to create safety. What creates safety is people are satisfied with their lives, they're seen, they're taken care of, they have opportunities. They have experiences of spirituality and love and community and kinship, and those things will create a safe environment. Not police. You need the police, of course, but they cannot create peace or safety. They just, if they're too brutal, they create the opposite, which is what we saw with that Floyd experience some years ago in Minneapolis. Yeah.
Sure, or the ICE incidences
Or the ICE,
very recently.
Right, yeah.
Right.
So you create situations with these police that are just the opposite of what you want, which is safety. You create danger and fear.
Right. But yeah, a human life.
Accept your guidance. Granted.
Mega kill! Your middle tower is under attack! Your middle tower has fallen! It could be worse. Or could it? The enemy has a bone to pick with your middle tower.
I have seen the other
Your
side.
middle tower is under attack.
I hear and obey. Fair price. The bones are thrown. My prayers are answered. Accept your guidance. I hear. You are heard. Shades, guide me. Mosso Atticano. As the shades direct.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I learn life's mystery. My lord, come forth! I go!
Dire structures are fortified.
Does it please you? Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. Surprising, given the lack of the enemy's top barracks have been abolished.
Bones will make a fine powder. obey. So say the spirits.
Your middle tower is under attack!
I accept your...
Axe would shed a tear for your middle tower! Your axe does not cry! He's being hacked to pieces! The Radiant now pick through Roshan's bones for shiny objects! Your top tower is under attack! The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Axe likes.
Guys, who buy all the wards? Ward the map, what the fuck is this?
My work here is not yet done. The spirits moves me. You are heard. Granted. As you wish. Ah!
Your bottom tower is under attack!
Coming for you.
Your bottom tower has fallen! The enemy's middle tower has surrendered to double kill! The enemy's middle barracks make a nice triple kill! Your bottom tower is under attack! The enemy's middle barracks have fallen! You now have mega creeps!
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack!
Fortunes change. Of course. Shade, guide me.
Axe is glad that your bottom tower is not Axe's problem!
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack!
Yes.
Your bottom tower has fallen! Are you going to do something about that?
I go. Hmm. As you wish. I accept your guidance. Of course. As the shades direct. The spirit moves me. As it please you. Shades, guide me. You are heard.
Regeneration!
I hear and obey. True form.
Unstoppable! Roshan and the Dyer never did get along. Are under attack. Your middle barracks have fallen. Your mid-racks have failed you. Radiant structures are fortified with 12 important vitamins and minerals. Fallen! I summon my war! Your middle tower has destroyed! Dire structures are fortified! Super fortified! Like you can't even imagine!
Gosh, sweet of you to wait for me.
Go on home to your mead, Ramicus. This bounty's as good as mine.
You doing this for the bounty? I thought you were more about the booty.
Sacrificial virgins need love, too. And you know I'd never miss a chance to poach in your territory. What will this job be? 5 in a row for me?
The bog dwarf doesn't count. You know how I feel about quicksand.
Yes, and what will your excuse be this time? Your horsey scared again?
You leave Horsey out of this.
Look on the bright side. Think of all the gold I'm saving you, the taverns and the brothels. I know coin's a bit tight for you right now, Ramicus, so when you come to, first round's on me.
Okay. Tell you what. Let's find you a nice safe tree, a lot of low-lying branches, and you can get up.
Not today, Garnak!
See here, foul beast! This blade will pierce your heart until the very last drop of blood has drained from it.
Goodbye, old friend.
You are great. My reputation precedes me. Now to claim my prize.
And you deserve every last coin, my lord.
I'll take that as well.
You've done it. You saved my life. You saved my entire village. How can I ever repay you?
Let's start with this.
Hey! Hello! Lorash, come on, cool it. The last thing we need around here is a Dolbernog attack.
He's right. We mustn't forget about the beast.
My dear child, this man is nothing more than a peasant. Don't believe his foolish folk tales and dragon stories. There's no such thing as a dog.
This is not a capitalism problem. This is not a communism problem. This is a culture problem. And until we address this, we need to start having some serious conversations about how we can force assimilation or when we're gonna send some people back. Folks, welcome back to The Narrative with me, your host, Will Sexton, the host with the most and the most fraudulent H-1Bs. Today, ladies and gentlemen, big news out of Iowa.
10 seconds
Hawkeye
remaining.
State is full of vultures. Folks, just yesterday on June 9th, 2026, in the final months of her lame duck tenure, Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, a Republican, announced the privatization of the state's entire executive branch IT operation. And now 2 vendors will absorb what used to be an entirely public workforce. The first being Amazon Web Services, which that tracks, that's, cloud data. Okay, that's not that crazy. Obviously, it sucks to see the public sector lose out to the private sector, but what's the other one? I mean, data, that's not really jobs. I mean, which one is going to be affecting jobs the most? Wouldn't you know it? Over 200 government jobs are now being given to Cognizant Government Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, for those who don't know, Cognizant, actually a company that's from my area. It's headquartered in the beautiful state of New Jersey. A company that is responsible for offshoring to a very specific place. The big photo going around is this photo of all their important members. I'm sensing a trend between all of them, and it seems that all the outsourcing that they do goes to one place. And it was Cognizant itself that got caught up in a civil rights suit where they were sued for workplace discrimination against non-Indians. Yes, folks, the Iowa governor's office is now giving 200 jobs to India, the Republican governor of one of America's, it's Iowa. It's like a pinnacle American state. Midwest, I mean, this is pure down home, rightful Americans. And their jobs are now being sent to India by a company that was literally sued for preferring Indians over everyone else. Folks, I want to break down what exactly this means, how we got here, a little more on Cognizant as a company, something that they really deserve their own video entirely, something that I definitely will touch upon. But in the meantime, folks, be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell, get notified anytime I make a new post. I mean, seriously, folks, last video I did a super hard CTA. You guys liked and followed, and the video did great. So I'm starting to think I gotta go hard CTA on you guys. Maybe you're in the middle of work, maybe your boss is breathing down your neck. Tell them to shove it, take a second, like the video, subscribe to the channel. I mean, folks, come on, whether you're an unemployed chud playing video games or a trucker on a long haul, be sure to like, subscribe, take some time, help your boy out. And folks, all that being said, I want to jump into the story because let's make it clear, not only are these now privatized jobs shoving out American workers, when they were public, these workers got benefits, they had pension. This was the lifeblood of the American workforce in a sector that workers were long told was recession-proof. And now they're being replaced by workers from a country that can't figure out basic water infrastructure. But surely these people can be trusted with government data, stuff from the government office, but can't be trusted with water infrastructure, toilets, sinks, that kind of thing. But folks, this whole thing takes us first and foremost to my beautiful state, the lovely state of New Jersey, and a very, very shady company called Cognizant. Now, Cognizant Technology Solutions was founded in 1994 in Chennai, India. That's southern India, for those playing at home. Quickly moved its headquarters to Teaneck, New Jersey. Operates what immigrant scholars call H-1B body shop. Now, if you've seen my video, the H-1B Mafia video, you know what a body shop is. But to give you guys a very basic catch-up, it's a staffing firm that recruits mass quantities of Indian workers with very little oversight, doesn't look into their credentials, and many times the people being recruited don't even speak English. They don't have any credentials, or maybe they went to a university in India where the universities are like hardly accredited. They bring them in, pay them dirt, and then contract them to American companies and then pocket the difference in domestic labor wages. From 2013 all the way up until 2019, Cognizant was the #1 sponsor of H-1B visas. Let me remind you, over 70% of all H-1B go to the country of India. That is an entire government program basically owned by India. Its entire business model basically relies on keeping a docile, deep pipeline of workers who are entirely unqualified, who can be sent into America to do two things. The first being that they benefit the internationalist class, the asset-owning class, the financiers of the country. They benefit them and they displace American workers, causing wage stagnation and in many cases wage lowering. Like the ability of our dollar to even spend money is in the proverbial toilet. Again, something that these workers can't seem to figure out. Now, in October of 2024, just 2 years ago, a federal jury in the Central District of California handed down one of the most significant employment discrimination verdicts in recent history. In Palmer v. Cognizant, the jury found that Cognizant had intentionally discriminated against non-Indian, non-South Asian employees through a systemic policy of ethnic favoritism and termination. I'll give you guys some key facts from that verdict. Non-Indian employees were 8.4 times more likely to be fired than Indian employees. 88% of Cognizant's entire workforce was Indian, with another over 10% being Indian ethnically, just not born in the country of India. A 27% termination rate for white and black Americans versus a 9% termination rate for Indians. They also found that managers were financially incentivized through visa utilization to ensure that visa-holding workers outnumbered non-visa workers. And if you think all of that sounds bad, which it is, let's make sure we get that right. In December of 2025, a little over a year later, Chief U.S. District Judge Chief Daliji issued a separate ruling confirming that Cognizant's visa readiness and visa utilization programs had an illegal, disparate impact on non-South Asian employees, with several plaintiffs, witnesses, and key advisors on the case all saying that on several occasions, qualified American engineers, American workers, were put aside for Indian workers who couldn't speak English. And if you think all that's bad, get ready for this one. One of the biggest allegations from this case involved their fraudulent H-1B applications. For Cognizant, largest requester of H-1Bs in America. It was found that Cognizant was routinely submitting applications for H-1B jobs that didn't exist, all to build a stockpile of travel-ready H-1B workers that they could basically just deploy when a contract came in. And this is the company that a Republican governor just handed their entire IT operation to. A company that is basically just scammers. I want you to understand, if you're from Iowa, your information, your house, your address, your phone number, your everything that goes to the governor's office is now in the hands of this company. I mean, hey, we can only assume they have great intentions for it, right? But now that you understand who Cognizant is, let's be clear about what this means for the American worker. 200 public IT workers are now going to be without work. These are real people, families, mortgages, and careers built around what was originally stable public sector work. I mean, literally the definition of recession-proof. Cognizant has said they're going to send out job offers, but history has shown no, they're not. The pensions of these workers completely gone. And we now know, again, all Cognizant's been doing this entire time is filing more H-1B applications. They are getting ready to replace this entire office with workers at home for dirt pay. And then the ones that have to be in America, they're going to be H-1B workers from India. And let me note, there are zero protections being placed on American workers because this problem is so new and so novel that workplace protections don't exist yet for this kind of issue. And Governor Reynolds argues that this will save $525 million in taxpayer money, a claim that she has yet to substantiate how that would, like where she even got that number from, and also entirely fails to recognize that, again, these workers are now out of jobs. Tax savings, but what about their mortgage savings? What about their kids' savings? And not only that, all this does is this sets a precedent saying that formerly public jobs are now fair game for not only privatization, but privatization in this kind of way, privatization in the foreign offshoring kind of way. If that's the case, what jobs are safe? I mean, AI is already coming for so many jobs, and now India, AI now can mean either artificial intelligence took your job or
bottom,
Indian
all
took
bottom,
your
all
job.
bottom, all bottom.
That's the two options you get in modern America. Folks, it's incredibly clear what this means for America and what this means for you and me. Folks, we have a problem community here. Ladies and gentlemen, I've quoted it before, and I've talked about how much Teddy Roosevelt is my greatest inspiration. I consider my politics Theodorian in nature. If anybody's a bull moose, it's me, my politics. I think the America that he lived in, the America that he served, is incredibly similar to our America. It's something that I want to make a whole video on, but it needs to be remembered right now. Everything that he did for us and the things he said about hyphenated Americanism. Because let it be clear, these are not Americans of Indian heritage and roots that are long since forgotten. No. These are Indian hyphen Americans. These are Indians who live and are making money off of America. There's no loyalty here. This is ethnic favoritism. It's tribalism. And this is what needs to be called out, because Democrats have responded to all this, saying that it's not putting Iowans first, which I appreciate. I'm glad that they're doing that. I'm glad that they're standing up for this. But the problem is their rhetoric isn't touching the real issue. Their rhetoric is positioning it in this way that it's tech bros, that it's capitalists, that it's rich, it's whatever, versus the American people. No. H-1B workers are paid minimum wage. They have to be. They are workers under an American scheme. No. This has fuck all to do with that. It's definitely the inspiration behind American companies that want to benefit. It's definitely the inspiration behind somebody like a Peter Thiel, like an Alex Karp, like an Elon Musk. But let's be clear why Cognizant, an Indian company, is doing this. Ethnic nepotism. They have a culture that is fundamentally ethnically nepotistic. They are, if racism is a thing that exists, if such a category of thought or practice in real life exists, they are quantifiably racist to their core. It's ethnic nepotism. They are doing all of this, sending all these contracts home because they want more of them here. They want more of a voting force. They want more of a lobbying force. They want diaspora politics to benefit India, and it's coming at the detriment of American workers. This is not a capitalism problem. This is not a communism problem. No, this is a culture problem. This is a community problem. And until we address this, we need to start having some serious conversations about how we can force assimilation, or when we're going to send some people back. Because this is treason. This is how, in order to be an American, you have to say that you are loyal first and foremost to America. And yet this is what they're doing, taking American jobs, throwing out good, honest, hardworking, God-fearing American people for pagan, clannish, tribalistic, foreign labor. That's not putting America first. That's not loyalty to America. How is that loyal to America? That means that's fucking perjury. They're committing a crime when they say that they're loyal to America. They need to be removed. And folks, you know my problem is I'm no white bitch. Okay, I'm not a wig nap. I'm not any of these things. Okay, I'm not a total remigration of one of these insane people. Okay, I'm not out here wanting to start the race war. Okay, and none of this is a condemnation on the human soul, the image of Christ that is found in all people, that is found upon these Indians. But folks, I call it like I see it. How am I supposed to trust any of them if this is the precedent that they're setting? You know, Ro Khanna worked a lot with Thomas Massey on the Epstein files, something that I deeply appreciate. He became one of my favorite Democrats very quickly after doing that. But how can I trust him now? How can I trust him now? Vivek Ramaswamy's doing all that. This company's doing all that. How can I trust him? He's not getting money from APAC, but is he getting money from US Impact? Is he getting money from Cognizant? I don't know. How do you know? Does anyone know? This is what Roosevelt meant by no room for hyphenated Americanism. I don't want to live in an ethnic knife fight. India is an ethnic knife fight. They have ethnic clashes every single day in the Republic of India. There are ethnic hate crimes, tribal crimes, like straight up just like tribal warfare occurring all across India every single day. Do fucking any of us want to live there? No, not even they want to live there, because it's a terrible place to live, because it's run by that system. It's run by those people. It's run in that way. I want to live in America. I want to live in cultural hegemony and in American excellence, and in America that only has Americans in it, that only speaks English, that only knows our flag as our singular loyalty. We don't get that with Cognizant. We get civil rights cases. We get discrimination, ethnic favoritism, clannishness. That's what the American. That's not the America that farmers fought for. That's not America at all. That's India. That's Chennai, India, where this company comes from and needs to be sent back to immediately. And I'm calling on anybody who watches me who's in Iowa, call your representative. Make noise about this. This fucking governor cannot be allowed to walk away from this. Because I guarantee you, if we probe into her, she's probably taking money. Let's be honest, I guarantee you, she had an election recently. She lost, but she doesn't have to return any of that donor money. Let's check the donor. Who donated to her? Because I guarantee you, I think too many names that look like mine. And folks, this is why I have the politics that I have. This is why I don't get conservative, and I don't follow the Republican Party line, because this is the Republican Party. Kim Reynolds is the modern Republican Party. It is the party of putting the American worker last, of shoving out the American workforce, of using this bullshit line from the 60s about the world's excellence and doctors and engineers to push out good American workers, hardworking American people, in favor of foreign slaves, in favor of a foreign underclass that will serve the financiers and the permanent overclass and the asset owners, Wall Street, the big banks, the Zayat, all these people, and be content living in filth, be content living in cities that are reduced to pod apartments. And they hope more than anything that they can white guilt you, that they can American guilt you, that they can first world guilt you into letting this happen. They can guilt you into looking at any other country and seeing it as the same. These aren't the same. Joe Padilla is a fucking ICE agent, okay? Like, half of our ICE agents are Latinos, throwing out other Latinos, and yet they feel no loyalty to them on the basis of ethnicity and race and religion. They see them as foreign because Mr. Joe Padilla here is more than happy to throw out Mr. Jose Padilla because Jose Padilla isn't an American. Can we say the same for these people? Fuck no, of course we can't. This is ethnic favoritism. This is everything we're saying against. The problem is that many people are going to tell you that the solution coming as tribal as them. I disagree. This isn't Nigeria. This isn't Somalia. This isn't fucking India, okay? We don't do that here. We don't do tribalism here, okay? I'm not part of any tribe, and I'm gonna throw people out because they don't fit my fucking tribal pagan beliefs. Fuck that. This is America, and I'm sick of seeing good American workers thrown out in favor of ethnic nepotism and ethnic tribalism. How are we to have a country as it devolves further and further into a racial knife fight between groups that fundamentally hate us? And if they will not love us, if they will not have reverence for us in the American state, then I think that they should be made to. Their children should be made to. If they're going to have kids here, their kids are going to learn English from the very start and be told over and over again they have more in fucking common with Johnny Appleseed than they do fucking Vishnu. I don't know what else you want me to say. I mean, how are we supposed to keep this union together if this is the precedent that we're setting in the public sector, a sector of the economy that is supposed to be stable, that is supposed to hire workers? I want to get over this story because, one, flying too close to the sun on the whole Middle East thing, let's be honest. Doing a little too many videos on the Middle East. Thought we would take it back home to the beautiful state of New Jersey. But it speaks to a greater trend in this country that I've spoken about before and is becoming mainstay in what I talk about. America is our home. It is a spirit and a soul. It is our great inheritance. We are the greatest nation on earth, at least to somebody who's American. This shouldn't even be dignified with being called hyphenated Americanism, because at least the hyphenated Americans have the decency to lie and say American. This is just straight up foreign invasion. And the only people it benefits are the internationalists who possess no loyalty to the United States. Many times they possess loyalty to the Middle East, for lack of a better word. Again, I'm trying to stay away from the topic. Guys, every video can't go to that, okay? Come on. I hear from many of you that you watch my videos or listen to my videos while you work, and that many of you are hardworking Americans yourselves living across this country, and God bless all of you, because what is America if not the state of our working class, if not the state of our people, okay? I'm sick of this myth that America's prosperous because the wealthiest of us are prospering, that because a line, a spreadsheet, a number next to the phrase GDP is high, that means America's prosperous. It's not. People can't afford to live. People can't afford to own homes. People can't afford basic dignity. And it's being spurred on by the very same people who are wishing to send our sons to die in war. Folks, we're entering a time where it's very quickly becoming clear that the establishment of old isn't working, the ideologies aren't working, and I don't fully know what I am. I imagine many of you don't fully know what you are, and even the most ideological of you probably yourself have many walking contradictions in your lives, people that you love that don't fit your ideology. And so, with all this, we need to come to the definitive conclusion that America is our inheritance, that the Western Hemisphere is our inheritance, that America is great only if we make it great, only if we put it first, and only if we understand it as our sole and overarching loyalty. If we don't have that, we have nothing. And so in this time, I ask you people to pray for Iowa, because this is only the start. This is setting a dangerous precedent that is going to be followed by others, because the internationalists, the financiers that are ruling everyday lives, they are foaming at the mouth to continue policies and practices like this. I mean, Vivek Ramaswamy's entire thing is this. Vivek runs saying he's going to bring jobs to Ohio. I don't doubt that he will. They ain't jobs for you and me. They're jobs for Raj. They're jobs for Manfred back in fucking Chennai. There ain't no jobs for you and me. Okay, until we can address this problem as it is, if we can get to the ethnic center of this problem, the diaspora politics center of this problem, then we're talking about fucking nothing. And I call on Democrats in Iowa to stand up and have the nerve, have the balls to call it what it is. We don't need more rhetoric about the white man, about capitalism, about all this shit. We don't need that. We got plenty of it. Okay, we spent a whole goddamn decade litigating this idea. Let's call it what it is. Cognizant is displacing American workers in favor of H-1B, the Indian workers, because it is run by duly loyal Indians. That's why. It's that simple. It's diaspora politics. We've seen it before, and it has ruined great things in this country that our forefathers have built before. So I ask you all to pray for Iowa, because they're going to need it right now, because this is setting a dangerous precedent. It's the good, salt of the earth people of this country that will pay the bill, that will see the price of this as their wages stagnate, as their costs go up, as housing becomes less and less available, as their streets turn into Mumbai and Mogadishu. These are the Americans, and they are the ones who are going to have to pay this price. And so I ask you to ask yourself, are you willing to pay that bill? Folks, that's going to do it for us today on this episode of The Narrative. I hope you enjoyed. Be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell. As always, folks, I made a post recently on the YouTube post, because obviously I'm not on X anymore, which is probably good. I shouldn't be allowed to let my thoughts be known all the time. People also just fundamentally don't get my sense of humor, unfortunately. And I have a tendency to ruffle feathers on X. I have a big mouth, and I like to attack people who disagree with me and are representatives of the system, as you can see by my Rougiette ads. Okay, Rougiette.com/brilliant, by the way. Folks, if you're part of the Discord, which if you're not, you absolutely should join. It's a lot of fun. The Discord, we've come to the consensus that we are officially Bull Moose Patriots, that we are Theodorian Patriots, because as we're approaching this new industrial revolution, this time of rampant corruption, of rampant oligarchy, it's clear that history is repeating itself, and we need to learn from our forefathers. And so you hear a lot of people talk about Heritage America and talk about these mystical stories of the founding fathers, and those are all good. I love those stories. I mean, those are literally my forefathers, but we don't live in that America anymore. And it was Roosevelt and it was the Industrial Revolution where America changed forever. We need to apply those lessons. It is ridiculous to try and go back in time to think that we can flash back to apple pies and the Betsy Ross 13. Folks, no, we need to learn from our forefathers, learn from their mistakes, and learn from their successes. And this is the perfect time, and this is the perfect story to exemplify this. But that's a story I'm going to cover later this week, because I want to make a whole video sort of speaking more about Teddy Roosevelt and my admiration for him. In the meantime, again, pray for the workers of Iowa, pray for those being displaced, and pray that the unrighteous of our society, that the treacherous, the duly loyal of our society come to the right path, come to righteousness and to patriotism, to pride in America in a real, meaningful way that benefits his countrymen. Until then, folks, stay aware and stay awake. And as I always say, God bless you and God bless America, folks. Until next time.
This is Brussels, Belgium, the capital of the European Union, where over 75% of the residents here are either foreigners without citizenship, foreigners with citizenship, or the children of these foreigners, rapidly turning real Belgians into a minority in their own capital city. And if you commit, this is Brussels, Belgium, the capital of the European Union, where over 75% of the residents here are either foreigners without citizenship, foreigners with citizenship, or the children of these foreigners, rapidly turning real Belgians into a minority in their own capital city. And if you commit the crime of noticing the problems these new Belgians bring to the city, you might just go to jail.
They raided me, they took me out of bed, they came into my private home, they stole all of my devices. So this is really a form of state terror.
So I met up with Dries van Langenhoven, a Flemish nationalist on trial for hate speech after stating the consequences of mass migration.
The Great Replacement is replacing the natives of Europe by people and cultures and identities that are completely foreign and most of the time even hostile to Europe.
Men are very horny here, mostly immigrants.
It's nice to have people from everywhere that bring their food and everything.
I don't want to live in a country where there's Pakistanis delivering goy slob everywhere. That's just not the future that I want for my children. If we want to, we can send back home millions within a matter of days or weeks.
Let me show you the benefits of Brussels' increasingly diverse population right outside of a major train station overrun with drug dealers, violent crime, and prostitution.
What's going on here?
Locals.
What are your thoughts on this behavior? Instantly, the glass is broken. Okay, so right outside the train station, things get instantly a little shicey. You want to say hi?
What's up?
How you doing? Where are you from?
Algeria.
How is Algeria?
Sí, bueno, Algeria.
Bueno. ¿Qué es tu opinión de
Europa,
Belgium?
hijo de puta.
¿Qué?
Europa, hijo de puta.
Las putas
Puta
en
de merda.
¿Aquí?
Sí, Algeria, sí.
Ay, ay, ay.
Bélgica, sí, Gardino.
¿Gorditas? Okay. Okay. Okay, respecto, gracias. Okay, nice fellas, I think. Yo. Huh? What does he say? What's Paja?
Paja, contact Instagram,
YouTube. You want to say what's up? Say what's up. Tyler. Good to meet you. Yeah.
No problem, see my face, see
okay, good.
I talk my life.
Okay, where are you from? Tell me.
I'm from Africa.
Where in Africa? I've never been. We just support him. Hey, it's good. Relax. Come with me. Walk with me. Come. How are you? Let's talk. Let's walk and talk. Keep in mind, we literally just walked out the train station.
Good people respect.
Why is everything so tense?
Different, no?
Why is everything so tense?
No, this is my
It's
life.
a
You not talk to me.
prostitution.
Me, I talk myself. You not talk to me.
No, I want to talk to you.
You where from?
Texas, USA.
I come
Yeah.
from Europe long time.
I see.
I need my life is good. My people,
I see.
my everything, my
Okay.
people.
Okay,
Respect.
good.
We have to good. No have a problem. I thank you for you.
Okay.
So much.
All right, we're gonna go this way or that way?
Thank you, UK.
All right,
I
hey.
miss you. I miss
Good to meet you. Good to meet you. We just walked out of the ladies over here are selling the services. They obviously don't want to be filmed.
It's legal, yeah.
Where are we? Do we know? What is the name?
No camera. What do you need?
Just walking around, talking.
Yeah, you walk around, don't camera.
Okay. No problem. Not you. We're walking. You're beautiful, we love you. We love you, you're beautiful. Yo, we walked into a war zone just now, I'm gonna be real.
You're probably thinking, Tyler, this is a no-go zone. The rest of Brussels can't be this bad, right?
And most Brussels neighborhoods are quite okay, but as you can see,
Here's some guys screaming behind us.
yeah, and the people in front of us as well are quite shady. But this is a dangerous square if you come here at the worst, at the bad timing.
Someone just threw a beer. Who threw it?
I know it was
The birds? The birds threw it.
Well, you're famous on TikTok, man.
Am I? Great to meet you.
Santana, pleased to meet you.
How
too,
are
man.
you? Where are you from?
I'm good. I'm Brazilian, man. From Rio.
Rio. Shout out
Yeah,
Rio de
from Rio.
Janeiro. This is one big melting pot right
It
here.
is.
And
Even-
does everyone get along here?
Those depends on the days, you know. It depends on the rainy days.
And I noticed the birds threw a can of, another bird threw an energy drink at us.
that is not that I didn't see coming.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw the energy drink.
So was it that guy?
Yeah, I don't know if it was that guy, but I didn't see it coming.
Since when did the birds start throwing energy drinks at us?
No, that we didn't see. That I'm sorry, man. Maybe he thinks he's a cop or something.
Who?
Yeah, maybe
Who?
he thinks.
Who threw it? Do we know?
No, I didn't see where.
Most squares in the neighborhood here used to be very nice, but in the past, let's say 20 years, a lot has changed in Brussels. Definitely since 2015.
Yeah. How are we doing, man?
Where are you from?
USA. Where are you from?
USA.
Where are you from?
Hey, Donald Trump.
You want to say what's up?
Yeah, what's up?
Morocco?
How are you?
USA. How you guys doing?
USA.
How do you guys like Brussels?
We're from Morocco, bro.
How long you guys been here in Brussels?
J'ai perdu ma vie 6 mois. Ça fait 14 ans que je suis là, moi, frère.
His visa expired 6 months ago.
But you might be wondering, where did all the Belgians here go?
What is the Great Replacement?
The Great Replacement is replacing the native ethnocultural peoples of Europe by people and cultures and identities that are completely foreign and most of the time even hostile to Europe. So the importing basically of millions of third worlders into European communities. In Brussels right now, 90% of young people, so below 18 years of age, are foreign. They are migrants. So this city is just not a Belgian city anymore. And the 10% other people, they are also thinking about moving out of the city. So this city is just not a Belgian city anymore. And we see this phenomenon spreading around Brussels, but also in Antwerp, in Ghent, in many cities in Belgium. They're just not Belgian cities anymore. And this problem is spreading like an oil spill until there will be no part of Flanders anymore, no part of Belgium anymore that is Belgian.
And what is their rationale for importing this many people into Belgium?
Many different reasons, but the two main reasons are cheap labor, the importing of cheap labor. That's why big finance, these big powers, ruthless capitalists want to import as many people as possible because they just want to make more money to then extradite to other places. And then you have the leftists who want new voters. They betrayed the white working class voters, so they now want to import third worlders to vote for them, and they will hand out welfare checks like candy in order to receive these votes.
So, all of this to say, is remigration at scale a possibility?
I do think it is a possibility, and actually the only thing that stands in the way of large-scale remigration is political will. We have the boats, we have the planes, we have the trains, we have the cars. If we want to, we can send back home millions within a matter of days or weeks. And I would say, even if the possibility is so small that it's near impossible, it is still our duty to try to do this, because the alternative is horrible.
How old were you when you committed the crime of hate speech?
When I was in my early 20s as a student, and I also founded the political youth movement Schild en Vrienden, which rapidly became the biggest and most important political youth movement in the country. Yes.
Who was charged with the crime?
I was charged with the crime along with 6 other activists, members of these group chats. We were convicted to a prison sentence even for memes in a private group chat. And I have to say, memes that I myself did not share, did not make and did not even see.
Because at the time, Dries was really one of the only loud voices speaking out against the rapid importation of foreigners into Belgium.
We hebben inderdaad massale remigratie nodig. Saving Western civilization, of saving European culture. Well, there is nothing more important than that.
So, 8 years later, let's go visit a neighborhood gifted with the very diversity Dries was fighting against. Go speak to the new face of Brussels.
How are you? YouTuber. Where are you from, man? How are you?
I'm from Syria.
Syria. How do you like Belgium?
Visa.
Visa. Work visa.
Yeah, student.
Students work here in Belgium.
What work do you want to do?
Chauffeur.
Chauffeur. Okay.
And after ID card.
And you don't want to.
Belgium.
Yeah. And now that the war is over in Syria, are you not looking to return to Syria?
Assad.
Yeah. Assad is gone now.
Yeah, I go. Need apartment. Alles.
Yeah, broken.
Yeah.
I see.
But
You have family over there?
They need young Syrians to rebuild the country.
Yeah, we. In Belgium, 5 years, 6 years, klaar, work, and after Syria.
So eventually you want to go back. Yeah.
Okay. Make some money here in Belgium, bring it back to Syria?
Yeah.
Okay.
Money.
Syria needs its young men to rebuild the country.
We.
Yeah.
Bien sûr.
And what is your favorite part of Brussels?
Person here need food. Moroccan hashish.
We noticed a lot of Moroccans giving us
Algeria.
Drug gangs.
And Belgian women or Syrian women? Which one is more pretty? This is our final and most important question.
Syria. Yes, Syria. Syria, full beautiful. Mar'a Suriya.
Then definitely don't wait too long to return.
Belgium.
He's like, these bitches are ugly.
Belgium.
Oh, they're heavy sets. Where are you from?
Syria.
Syria. I see. And how do you survive in Belgium?
He works here.
I see.
And CBS. بيطالم.
CPS. I see. And you guys don't have jobs right now?
Yeah, the job is after in the school.
I see.
شغالين الحمد لله.
Work, okay.
My own great-grandparents would probably have a heart attack if they would return to this city, this once great and beautiful city. The only people that it was good for were these ruthless international capitalists who drained all the money and then fled off to other tax havens. And then these Moroccans and Turks that came here, they just never left. And then they started importing all of their families. That was the first wave. And then the second wave has a massive import of people from all over the world, sometimes for cheap labor, but many times as well fake refugees, fake asylum seekers.
Dries, how does this end? How do you escape the doom loop?
Well, mass remigration is the only peaceful solution we have left. And I think we have a window of about 10 years to still enact this, because in Brussels, for example, about 90% of the youth is foreign. They are migrants. So once these people get of age and are able to vote, there's no way we're ever going to be able to vote for remigration. But if we are able to convince the big cohort of white boomers that are still present in the country to vote for remigration, then we still have a shot at solving this in a peaceful way.
I'm from Romania.
Romania?
Yes, I'm in Belgium from 2 years.
2 years.
I speak French, Dutch, English.
Okay.
I tried to find a job.
Yeah, how was it?
For the moment, they say I must wait for papers.
He's pissing over there.
This is legal.
Sorry, man. Culture shock. I guess everyone's pissing out here. Holy shit, this is all piss.
Yeah, that's all piss.
Piss and shit.
It's not raining here, we're under a bridge.
So I thought it was raining, but turns out it was urine.
And mid B-roll collection, my cameraman interrupted this astrophysicist advancing the theory of relativity.
Why? This is my profile life.
Okay, congratulations. Hey, guys. We're doing documentary, calm down. How are you? My name's Tyler. I understand, I said we're walking through the sidewalks. So we come in peace. Good to meet you. And if you want to fight, you'll get a fight. You know that, right? Don't be stupid now, boy. Don't be stupid. Don't be stupid. I'm being serious. We don't have time. Okay, f yourself too. Anyways. Tunisian, I see.
Tunisian.
Oh, nasty. Yuck.
That's
Why?
piss. They're throwing piss at us.
Nasty. Okay, it's milk. Okay, he just got milk splattered.
And it's important to keep in mind, in these diverse neighborhoods, there's always a ton of phone shops and money transfer stations so they can send the money they make in Belgium back to wherever the hell they're actually from.
Western Union?
They sell phones and stuff as well.
I see, it's multi-purpose. Okay, I thought it was phone shop. I think it is a Western Union and a phone shop where you can send money back home after a...
You can bring in whatever you've collected and then
like a pawn
send it
shop.
home.
In Pakistan, it's hard to be making the daily life and expensive.
I see. So the economy is better here, easier to
Really?
make money.
Yeah, that's easy.
Do you make enough money to send back home to Pakistan?
Yeah, always.
Okay, that's
There
good.
I'm supporting my family. I'm living.
How large is your family in Pakistan?
We were 5 brothers and 2 sisters, and
Wow.
my mom and dad. Yeah.
Big family you're
Very
supporting.
big family, yeah.
Do you support a family back home?
منين ما في. No. Need family Syria.
I see.
Family is here.
Family's here. I see. I see.
بيتي بالحرب راح على الارض وكيلك الله لسه حجر ما عمل راتب يا دوب بكفي راتب بكفي بس راتب بكفي بس يعني 1500 ايجار بيت 700 فواتير عندي 7 اولاد مصروف 1500 في الشهر
7 baby.
He has 7 babies.
Yeah. 7
Wow.
baby.
He has a baby.
Student.
Oh, so you don't work?
No work.
Well, I do for the deliveries, for the Uber, for the Deliveroo and other stuff.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how long you been here?
About 1 year.
Do you see yourself staying for the rest of your life?
You should go to live for the life, for the weather in Italy and in Spain, in
I see.
Portugal. The weather is really good there.
I see.
So you can see very cold here. That's why. Yeah.
And you ask him if he gets money from the state.
CBS. CBS country بيطالن.
How much?
قديش بالشهر؟
يعني انا باخذ حوالي 2500
2500 euro.
Per month. From the state.
Yeah.
But also free apartments.
Wow.
And electricity and water and
Nice.
ماني بس بيروح كله ايجار بيت فواتير مصروف اكل
I see.
money finish.
I see. Stop.
Apartment, eat.
Hi.
You can say Europe is the way like you can fulfill your dreams here, and Europe supports you, and Europe give you the opportunities to live here and support your family.
I don't want to live in a country where there's Pakistanis delivering goy slob everywhere. That's just not the future that I want for my children.
Sure. How do you guys like Belgium compared to Guinea?
Yeah, I think here, we have a little bit of freedom. I think people are afraid because they don't know who I use. I think it's good to do some little bit of introduction.
Oh, I see. My name is Tyler. Good to meet you.
They have a good choice, to come here because everybody knows Brussels or Belgium are the capital of Europe. Yeah. But the problem is Belgium is small,
Very tiny.
So that they cannot rescue everybody.
Yes.
Sure. This is a good point. Hi. Okay, you guys want to say what's up? All right. Whoa. And you might be wondering, why is Brussels such an attractive location for migrants entering the EU? And what benefits does the government here give you once you get here? We headed to Brussels' humanitarian hub to find out. Thank you. Hi. Okay, I'm walking.
Hey, don't.
Where's the door? Where's the door? I'm looking for the door. Where's the door? Where's the door?
I don't know. What is
Okay, then we have no problem.
Go away.
Relax.
Go,
Relax.
man.
Relax. You two, all right? Ay. Niemand is illegal?
Nobody is illegal.
Do you agree with that?
I must say I disagree.
But you might be wondering why these young men traveled across the world through several safe countries to get all the way to Belgium. But real quick, are you tired of hunting for coupons and promo codes? Well, the sponsor of this video, Cooper, is a free extension that helps you save money while shopping online. It's simple. You install the free Cooper extension, and when you go to checkout on whatever site you're buying from, Cooper automatically tests and applies the best available coupons. And Cooper has cashback offers for over 76,000 retailers that you can activate before completing your purchase. And as you browse products online, Cooper will even display the prices that other sites and platforms sell what you're looking at so you can make the most informed shopping decisions. Cooper supports Chrome, Edge, Opera, Firefox, Safari, and even Safari on mobile. With over 9 million users, Cooper is a trusted choice for savvy shoppers. Click the link in the description, install Cooper, register your account, and see how much you save. Thanks, Cooper. Back to Brussels. English? Where are you from?
Ethiopia.
Say what's up.
What's up?
Where are you from?
Morocco.
I'm from Palestine, but I'm born in Lebanon.
Born in Lebanon?
Yeah.
Gambia.
Moroccan.
Morocco. Why did you come?
Because of the political issues, there is forced conscription to fight against the federal government. The federal government is also not supporting Tigray.
I see.
So because of that, I was forcefully conscripted and spent a lot of bad special medical issue.
How do you like it here in Belgium?
It's good. Just I'm arrived from 3 years, and now my life it's stable now.
If you go to Belgium, you cross several safe countries. Why did you come all the way to Belgium?
I choose here because I have done 2 times surgery in my ear, so I have medical issue and trauma about the war. So I have a relative here. Nobody in Europe I know, and I came here
Because you have good medical care then.
to support from my relative. And
Do you plan to stay in Belgium or do you plan to return?
at this time, it's a bad decision to return back to my country. So I already asked asylum here.
Do you plan on staying here much longer?
Yeah,
Yeah.
sure.
How is this facility? Good or bad?
It's very good.
Very good. They give you food, a place to sleep. What do they give?
Currently, I'm in Pit Chateau, so it's good.
Esta situación aquí, comida y un lugar que dormir.
Para dormir, sí, sí.
Ok,
Tenemos,
bueno,
sí.
bueno. Las personas simpáticos.
También, sí, claro.
Muy bueno.
Aquí sí.
¿Tú tienes un trabajo aquí?
Ahora mismo no, pero estoy buscando.
¿Tú recibes dinero por
Ahora
el
mismo
gobierno
no.
ahora o no?
No, nada.
Belgium is good.
Good. How long you been here?
1 month.
1 month. Okay. Have they been giving you guys food, like shelter?
Yeah. They are giving food, clothes, everything.
Okay.
But the place to sleep.
You found work in the last 3 years?
Here, no, because I have a medical issue.
But like a check every month to help you survive?
Yeah, everything. Not all me. All people who live there we're not working or medical issue. Yeah, all people.
I'm in Afghanistan. Okay, after I come in there, we go in 2001. I come in 2019.
George Bush.
And he says, you came to Afghanistan and now I come to you. That's what he's saying.
I see.
You should go to now you should go to Washington, not to Brussels.
Why don't you come to America?
No, because we are the first come to NATO. After come to what is the military United States.
I see.
They say you are animal.
They say you're an animal.
Yes.
Who says that?
Anyone.
Is it not better than to return to Afghanistan where they will not treat you like an animal?
Now he thrown me there. He recruited me in Afghanistan. He recruited me to 2019. 2001 I come again.
It's bad for our social fabric, it's bad for our economy. Our farmers should be investing in robotics. They should be paying decent wages for Flemish people to pick fruits and vegetables. For youngsters, students, and they shouldn't be importing people from the third world who will do this for very bad wages, in very bad living conditions. That's just not what I want.
And here's the big question. Inevitably, many of these jobs will be automated. What happens to them after it's automated?
Well, probably they will be giving universal credit to all of these people, and they will not be going home, of course. The welfare state is too generous in Belgium, even and especially for people who don't have a job. Happening right now, we're importing third worlders, but our most productive, our most innovative and ambitious young people, they're leaving Belgium and the Netherlands and Western Europe en masse. So that is it's a cascading effect, and it will only get worse in the coming years. You can understand why, because the whole country has been built on a Ponzi scheme, on a pyramid scheme, and we are the last layer of the pyramid before it collapses. That's what's happening right now.
Then we headed towards a metro station engulfed in an ongoing turf war between rival drug gangs. Do the locals here feel safe?
Let's go.
Normally we ask people where they're from, but quite obvious.
I'm wearing
Okay, you're the first Bulgarian I met. What are your thoughts on what's going on here?
What I can say about the recent things that have been going on here is that this is gang wars. It's between them. It's not against us or the normal people. I use this metro twice a day.
Okay.
Every time an incident happened here, I was 1 hour away from the incident, but I never felt unsafe because I know this is between them and not against us.
What do you think women feel in these environments?
Oh, this is not a good environment for women. Well, Brussels generally is unsafe for women. I think men are very horny here. But
who's who?
Mostly immigrants that from third world countries, second world countries.
And do you understand Flemish or Belgian people that say we don't want the country to become like this?
This is a very topic because what I think Belgium has sold their country. I think Belgium sold their country for 2-3 generations of wealth. Now look at me. I have a Belgian passport. I am as Belgian as you are. So I
On
can
paper, yeah.
Yeah, I can vote the same things. So
You could be the prime minister.
I could be the prime minister.
And do you wouldn't want Bulgaria to end up like this?
I would definitely not want Bulgaria to end up like this. That's why I'm always so against like immigration in Bulgaria and stuff like that.
But not here in Belgium.
Belgium, it's already done. Like I don't see it's going any good. I don't see it.
Like the
Yeah,
damage is
once
done?
it reaches a certain level, it's unstoppable. The interest of the Belgian people is getting lost.
Wikipedia page accurate or not?
Fake news, fake news.
Fake news for real?
For real.
For real?
You'll have to do your own research. That's your project. Okay, I don't have time for this, but it's good to meet you. Yeah.
I wish you the best.
Oh, thank you so much.
But
Likewise.
I really like Brussels.
Okay.
There's a lot of good food.
What are the best things about Brussels? Add some positivity here.
The good food.
Okay.
I'm going to eat now Pakistani food, which is so
Okay.
good. You should try it.
Okay. Okay.
And Brussels is fun.
Okay.
You know, center of Europe. There's NATO here, so that's
Okay.
fun.
Okay.
It's nice to have people from everywhere that bring their food and everything.
Okay.
You would agree with that?
I would say food is great, but it would be easy to actually go to a foreign country and learn the dish and bring it back home.
Is that what you're saying? Or rather go to Yemen?
I can
to
Google
get food?
Yemeni recipes.
I gotta say, it can't be that hard to make a Yemeni's dish.
Actually, yesterday is quite hard. Actually,
Other things
To
more
master
important
the
than
rice.
food, do you think?
I'm also very skeptical of how you portray stuff. And
What do
so
you? Yeah.
I had a sense.
What you had the sixth sense of what? That I'm a great guy?
I kind of have a sense of what you're doing. I think in life you can portray everything the way you want to portray it. You know, this framing.
What do you think I'm missing out here? What would
No,
you like
I
to
don't
share?
know.
Yeah.
It's just a Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is a
Of course.
collaborative platform. Anyone can
Yeah.
write anything about it.
No,
but,
not anyone.
That's actually not true, but I get what you're saying.
I
Yeah.
love Wikipedia. I'm a big Wikipedia fan.
I'm actually a
That's why.
big hater of Wikipedia. It's compromise. There's very specific people who can actually moderate and edit the. But you know, I like the idea, right? It was a good idea.
There's some Wikipedia lords.
Exactly.
In this train station, there have been plenty of shootings with Kalashnikovs, youngsters on scooters delivering drugs, shooting up the place. I don't think that's really worth the exotic food.
Like, why do you think those people?
You could be honest with your solution.
No, no, not recommended. I think to solve problem, you have to go down deeper into the source of those problems.
What is the
Like, for
source?
example, if you start fighting me, I'm not gonna be like, okay, I'm gonna say he's a bit weird.
Sure.
But to solve it, really, I want to know why. Maybe because your parents hit you, or you feel depressed, and so you hit people. You know.
We've been trying, if I may for a second, we've been trying that for over 50 years and it hasn't worked. It's only gotten worse. Every time leftist politicians say we need more playgrounds, but what do? They put graffiti, they put drug dealers, they destroy the playgrounds, they shoot up the place. It just doesn't work. Well, for the same reason that if you pick up a scorpion, it will sting you. Certain people have certain cultures, and when you import these people, you import their cultures, you import their behavior and their habits. If you import Africans to a city, the city will eventually become African.
So you think there's some element of biological determinism? There's some instinctive traits relative
Scorpions bite.
So I think for you, it's a biological essentialism.
Well, I wouldn't say that because that's illegal in Belgium. I never said that.
But if you would in another country, I
I
think
see.
You could say it in the US. You can say
He can say it,
right?
yeah.
I can say a lot of things, yeah. In the USA, for now.
Has there ever been a European city that imported a lot of Africans, a lot of Middle Easterners that has improved? There's not a single example of successful assimilation or integration. It has never happened and it will never happen because you cannot make a cow into a horse and you cannot make a horse into a cow.
Do you as a woman feel safe in Brussels generally?
I don't live here.
Where do you live?
I don't live here.
No.
Why not?
I live in the Netherlands.
Okay, this
Where in the
conversation is less valuable. Money,
This is
right?
what I really like about Europe and the far right is that your interest and the interest of a big corporation align perfectly. No,
it's
But they don't though. I think
align
it's
perfectly. You know why? Because it's exactly what they what they
security.
say.
It's completely the other way.
I was only here to.
I'm actually being banned from every big corporation, every big bank, big finance, big social media, big media. Every big corporation is banning people like me, like Martin Zellner, like Tyler here. So no, our interests are not aligned. These big corporations want cheap labor and they've been importing them by the millions for the past decades.
Don't let's keep you here, yeah.
Maybe the anti-Semite claims on your Wikipedia might be true.
Why would they be true? Are you Jewish?
No, absolutely not. Just because
So
if I know that if
That's
I ask you
amazing.
further, what makes it a big pharma?
So if you are against the Great Replacement, you are anti-Semitic?
Exactly. I mean, I think you can
Interesting.
do
okay.
your own
Yeah,
research.
Yeah. You have to do your own research. That's your project.
I do not wish you the best,
I really wish that your endeavors really fail. And I wish you to make the least amount of money for your endeavors. But I wish you a healthy life though.
I appreciate that.
And sometimes leftists want to claim as if this is some natural phenomenon. They will say, well, migration is something that's always happened, it's just natural, people come and go. That's not true. Never in history has there been such a huge wave of migrants from completely contradictory parts of the world, the third world, coming here, bringing their own identity, their own ideas, their own cultures, religions that are completely incompatible with our culture. Of course, people have migrated intra-European from one country to another, that's normal. But importing millions upon millions of people that are impossible to integrate, let alone assimilate to Europe, that has never happened before, and it's being done deliberately. It's been done deliberately since the 60s for economic reasons, but it has also been done since the 90s for political reasons, and since 2015 due to Merkel and some other leftists in power here in the European Parliament saying, "Wir schaffen das." If you import millions of third worlders, then your democracy ceases to be a democracy. You need a demos, you need a people, a nation of similar high trust people, of ethnically the same people, homogeneously the same people, to have a working, functioning democracy. If we import people from all over the world, then a democracy just becomes a competition of ethnic voting blocks. And that's what we see in Belgium, and that's exactly what we see here in Brussels.
And then Dries took me to a stark example of history being rewritten in real time to further advance mass migration and weaponize white guilt.
All right, Dries, what is this?
Also, this monument is actually the perfect anecdote to everything that's wrong in Belgium and in the West. This monument is dedicated to the Belgian soldiers that died defeating and combating slavers and Arab slave traders at that. So this actually says that Belgian military men died valiantly defeating the Arab slave traders. But as you can see, the word Arab here has been chiseled out of the rock of this monument, because many years after this monument was inaugurated, the Arabs started coming or started being imported to Brussels and to Belgium, and it's so as not to offend the many Arabs that now make up the majority of this city. So they are literally rewriting history as we stand next to it, so as not to offend the newcomers. So our youth is being told lies so as not to offend the newcomers.
And they've literally chiseled out what words specifically?
The word Arab. So this says the Belgian military men fought valiantly to defeat the slave traders, and this says Arab slave traders. So this is very little known, because we are being taught about the slave trade, but we are never taught that for many tens of thousands of years slavery was very normal, and it's us, Europeans, Christians, that ended slavery all across the world. And many brave European men died trying to end slavery, and successfully, at least in Europe, ended slavery. And we fought against the Arab slave traders that didn't want to lose their valuable trade. And many of our people died, but today their sacrifices are forgotten, or are made to be forgotten, by literally chiseling out our history for self-hatred. It wasn't even the Arabs here that were demanding for this word to be removed. It was a self-hatred of leftist whites that says we need to remove this so as not to offend others.
Beautiful park, scenic. What is this?
Well, this is the park right next to the Royal Palace. As you can see, it's quite a nice park. A lot of people here enjoying the sunshine. And it's also where the biggest mosque of Brussels is. It's right next to us here. That's the big mosque of Brussels.
Okay.
And it's actually been shut down many times over, because it was discovered that the mosque was being used basically as a base of operations for the Moroccan secret intelligence. That's a whole different story, but they've basically been using their Moroccan diaspora to promote the interests of their own state, as they often do. The Moroccan state believes that it's in their interest to have Moroccans everywhere in Europe and have them be loyal to Morocco, have them remain as Moroccan as possible.
And the beauty of this park, is that the majority of Brussels, or are we in the nice part right now?
No, this is obviously the nice part. You have the Royal Palace here. If we walk a few minutes that way, you have the European Commission. So this is definitely the nice, safe, clean area of Brussels. And it's present. I mean, if you're a tourist, Brussels can be a nice place to visit.
In fact, I got hammered in one of the nicest neighborhoods in Brussels, fully insulated from the top-down demographic engineering and the problems that come with it that the everyman in Brussels has to live with. For example,
So Dries, what is this court behind me?
Well, this is the Johan Cruyff Court, and it was inaugurated 2 years after the Brussels attacks, terrorist attacks on the airport and the metro station here in Brussels, in which many people died. A Islamic terrorist attack. And then 2 years later, politicians came here in Molenbeek with high security, and they inaugurated this new football field. They said it was to bring communities together, but less than 24 hours after the inauguration, after the police had their kumbaya moment and their pictures, the local youth here from Molenbeek completely destroyed the court, set it on fire, destroyed the shed with all the material. They put glass all over the field. It was completely destroyed, which is a very bad signal, of course. No, the thing is, it's so symbolic because leftists very often will say, oh, these people, they just need more playgrounds, they just need more recreational areas. But when you give them these, basically as a way of saying thank you for the Brussels attacks, then they completely destroy it less than 24 hours later.
So they claimed it was a bridging moment, but in reality you view it as a gift to them, a reward almost?
These terrorists, they were even housed here in Molenbeek. Salah Abdeslam, who is a horrible terrorist, was searched for a long time by police all over Europe. And he was hiding in plain sight here in Molenbeek, and the community really fostered him. The community just welcomed him.
I see, hiding in plain sight, right here.
Many of the people here knew that he was here, yet he could hide here. I'm not saying all these people are bad, of course I'm not saying that, but I mean, if a football court here is inaugurated to bring communities together and they destroy it within 24 hours, that's not a good signal, is it?
Great to meet you guys. Have fun playing soccer.
I watched you on YouTube.
Good to meet you. How are you?
I'm good.
Okay, very good to meet you.
I love your videos too.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you very much. Bye-bye. See ya.
Pickpocket.
Subscribe. Pickpocket! Yeah. So obviously, Dries, the happy thing here is their life is yet to play out. The youth are cheerful and happy.
Yes.
How do we keep them on the right path? How do we...
Children, of course, they look joyful, they're very friendly to us, but very soon they will be approached by these drug gangs that will promise them so much money. So they can't compete with ordinary jobs or education, and many of them sadly will end up in criminal gangs and stuff. That's just the reality. It's sad.
While this neighborhood became a symbol of ethnic clannishness and failed assimilation, let's go visit another neighborhood known for its diversity and growing multi-ethnic population. But real quick, sadly, YouTube won't let us show you some of our craziest footage.
Wait for the police! Stop!
But if you subscribe to TylerRod.com for $5 a month, you can watch bonus videos I can't upload on YouTube.
Stop. Get off the Porsche! Get off the Porsche!
And get uncensored and early access to all of our videos. So go join Tyler Rod now for $5 a month. Back to the video.
Yeah, this is a daycare here in the heart of Brussels. And it's been set on fire some time ago, and mainly because it has the logo of the city on it. So most of the migrant youth will just attack anything that belongs to the city, even a daycare where children of their own community come. This is also a place a few meters from where we're standing, where a few days ago an elderly white man was violently, this park, was violently robbed by two immigrants, and then afterwards, after they stole his wallet, they were taunting him with a smartphone, filming his face, kicking him in the ribs, and this video went viral worldwide. But this is what happens here daily, so the roofs are a problem because they can throw things at you as well.
I see, so we need to be wary of the roof.
And that's actually what happens very often. So the daycare they set it on fire, but they will very often set these bins on fire or cars on fire, and then the fire trucks will come or ambulances will come, and then they will start throwing rocks. They will throw rocks off the buildings on the firemen. So a lot of times they get hurt very badly, and it's gotten so bad that even first responders...
Found some shit. Found some shit.
The first responders have to wear bulletproof or stab-proof vests.
They're throwing rocks at us right now. Question, how is the neighborhood? What is your judgment of the neighborhood, good or bad?
Oh, that's a heavy rock.
Let's keep going. So they threw a giant rock. Let's be aware of our surroundings here. Sorry.
We should get out. We should get out.
Let's go.
We should definitely get out.
Okay, let's do a little jog. Have a safe day. It's a big ass rock. That to the head will kill us.
That was attempted murder.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of a rock. I don't want to get hit with a rock though. That's what I'm saying.
It was like two fists together.
Why are we?
There was about 10 masked guys running at us.
Let's move. All right, we're moving with intent. These kids are too fat to catch up to us though. All right, we're back to civilization, but how long will it last? I can't imagine a traditional news crew walking down there. So the irony being, I asked the family, does it feel safe in the neighborhood? and a massive rock
a few meters from their child.
from their baby in the carriage.
That was nothing short of attempted murder.
While this young rock-throwing engineer will walk away scot-free.
Is it illegal to throw a stone at someone's head?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I file a charge?
Yeah, sure.
Will anything happen? Okay, fair enough.
Nothing will
That's all I
happen.
need to know. Thank you. Thank you.
It's filmed and we can identify him,
Yeah.
yes, but
They threw it from the roof.
There's no way we find the address.
In contrast, Dries is currently on trial for hate speech after discussing migrant crime supported by 100% provable facts and statistics. And this legal hell all began 8 years ago. Dries was criminally charged with racism and Holocaust denial for being in a group chat where someone else in it shared an edgy meme.
Meme should never be a crime, of course. Jokes should never be a crime. But in this case, it's even worse. Because as I said, I did not even post or see these memes. But it's worse because the memes were posted during the exam period when everyone is studying. And one of our guys said, let's have a laugh, let's relax during studying. Who here has the edgiest meme? You know how young guys are. Sure. They started looking on the internet. They found some edgy memes and they posted these memes in a private group chat, obviously just to have a laugh. I did not post these memes. I did not make these memes, and I did not even see these memes, and all of this was proven in court. And then you say, okay, why then were you convicted? Well, the judge herself, she said, even though he did not commit any material acts, we are convicting you because you created an atmosphere in which other people posted these memes.
And to satisfy my curiosity, what was the meme?
It was a meme of Adolf Hitler, and the meme said, like, you can't be racist if there is only one race. Nowadays, this is a normie joke. This is found all over social media. You have to know, 8 years ago, when they did this big expose to attack us, a lot of the boomers were not known with memes. And you have to know, after the first house raid, when they raided me, they took me out of bed. They came into my private home. They stole all of my devices, my smartphone, laptop, every CD-ROM, every USB drive. They stole this. And then they did not just investigate this to try to find something illegal on there. No, they gave it to the hostile press. And for years on end, they used my private information, my private messages, photos, all of my private life, my private data, for years to attack me and my family and the people around me. So this is really a form of state terror. When I started complaining about this on social media, they raided my house again. They took me out of bed, they dragged me to prison and they locked me up, and they said, we're only gonna let you free, only gonna let you out of jail if you sign a paper with conditions. And one of the conditions was that I was not allowed to speak about what they were doing to me. And next week I will possibly be convicted for hate speech because I linked mass migration to crime. So even if I'm very careful, I may go to jail for what I say.
A few days after meeting Dries, the courts had decided his fate.
So they wanted to crack me, they wanted to break me in order to show all the young people in Belgium and in the Netherlands that if you do activism for your people, this is how you'll end up. Debanked, thrown out of university, ostracized, financially ruined, and even sent to prison if you don't bow down. Because they were offering me, if you bow down, we'll leave you alone. Of course, as you can see, I never bowed down. So they sent me to prison. They gave me a prison sentence for this. And the thing is, a lot of people are worried about state censorship. And state censorship is a real threat. But the biggest threat is self-censorship. By sending me to prison, millions of people in this very small country are self-censoring themselves every single day. When they send a message to their family or friends, they will think, oh, maybe someday this message will be used against me in a hate speech case. When they are in public and they want to say their opinion, they know, okay, wait, in Europe, in the heart of Europe, in Brussels, you get sent to prison for your opinion if it goes against the leading narrative about diversity and whatnot. So that is the biggest threat, the self-censorship of so many people.
A few days after filming, Dries was officially convicted for hate speech after stating 100% provable facts related to migrant crime, and the judge even admitted he was charged not for lying, but for presenting facts in a way that incites hatred against a protected group. That's right, the regime is using Dries to tell the rest of Belgium, if you speak an inconvenient truth that goes against our political objectives, we will do everything in our power to destroy you. If you want to support Dries' legal battle and his ongoing fight to speak the truth, go click the link in the description. Thanks for watching.